Oh, helps if I turn my mic on. Hello, Penguinauts, and welcome back to Juno Conquest. Those of you that tuned in last time will remember we stranded a druid on the innermost moon of Drew. It wasn't my fault though. It was my fault that the lander tipped over on our second landing because I wanted to get a little closer to a target landing zone. But we could have righted that with the druid's grappling hook, I reckon. It is not my fault that we walked up a mountain, got about halfway back, and then when the lander loaded in and exploded. The prevailing theory from one of the developers is that the terrain loaded in and the craft settled, and then the parallax rocks loaded in and they were clipping inside and it exploded. So I'm not going to blame the game, I'm going to blame the mod. Hello everybody. So sorry, since I missed the bulk of the last stream, I infer that the mission did not go entirely according to plan. What gave you that impression? The name of the stream, perhaps. Okay, so we did get a whole bunch of tech points though, and using that we unlocked new space capsules. So it is feasible for us to mount a rescue mission, and I think that's really top priority right now. We also grabbed ourselves, wasn't soft landing, what was it? No. Is it modern engineer? Aha! Yes, we got the Pixie engine, which is an electric engine. So it uses electric powered turbo pumps. Well, electric pumps, not a turbo pump because it doesn't have a turbine in it. It's an electric pump, which is pretty cool. Rocket Lab-esque engines, and that's pretty perfectly suited for a new little lander. We also got ourselves maneuver nodes at long last. So let's design ourselves a rescue mission. Now, if we head into the builder, we actually had a bit too much Delta V on our previous rocket. If we load the craft, I remember what I named it. Was it Soplica 4? No. Trevorica 1? Yes, that was it. Named after all sorts of different types of strong alcohols, shall we say. Not that I'm drinking one of those. This is a tequila beer, not tequila. Blame them pesky moon rocks. You're absolutely right, cheese toasties. Max is here. Hello, Max. Best of luck with the remainder of your sojourn. Thank you very much. Using sojourn as an actual word just feels strange because I hear sojourn and I immediately think of the audio drama, which is incredible, by the way. I am a long-time supporter of Daniel from Space Doc and in his becoming a writer, and I was an early monetary Kickstarter supporter. Was it Kickstarter or Patreon? I think it was Patreon actually of the sojourn, so I helped fund it. I listened to it religiously. And I'm a massive fan of Daniel becoming a writer full-time and passing off Space Doc to Hujuana. And it's Hujuana, it's rare that a channel survives a host change, let alone thrives. And Hujuana has done such an incredible job. Space Doc is better than it has ever been under Hujuana. Honestly, he's genuinely, I hate to say it, but he's genuinely better than Daniel. Yeah, Space Doc is such an incredible channel. My only issue with Hujuana is that he was the impetus for my entire You're Wrong About nuclear fusion video, because he made a hit piece on helium-3 and it's mining on the moon in science fiction settings, saying it's dumb and you shouldn't do it and it makes no sense. And yeah, while it's far off, it does make sense. There is enough of it up there and it's energy dense enough. It's equivalent to 50 trillion barrels of oil. And it's yeah, that is worth extracting. And most of it's in the top few layers of regolith, so it's more feasible to extract than people think. There have been studies on it. I had multiple people tell me I was wrong, but obviously I linked all of my sources, and I had sources for every single thing I said in that video, which I'm quite proud of doing. I'm quite keen to make sure I have a source for everything every statement I make, so I can back it up with something. This is where I got this from. So if it's wrong, I'll be like, oh, okay, well, if this paper has been proved wrong and I didn't realize there was a rebuttal, okay, that's on me for not finding the rebuttal, or perhaps it's been proven wrong since. I had several people go, no, this is wrong. Alright, okay. Source. And they never responded. Like, multiple people go, no, you're wrong. Okay, give me a source. Give me a source that says I am wrong. And I will put my hands up and say, yeah, okay, cool. It's called being, well, I'm an engineer. I say we're called, the scientific method, right? Like, I don't have any invested opinion in it. It's just like, no, who do you want? And like, you haven't actually read a lot of these papers, clearly. This is more feasible than I think you think it is. And people just have like a knee-jerk reaction of, no, I think you're wrong. I feel like I heard somewhere that you're wrong. Source, trust me, bro. Or worse, source, I made it. I made it up. So whenever I get rebuttals being, no, you're wrong, show me how I'm wrong. Just give me a link, give me a paper, give me a DOI, please. And I'll actually take you seriously. Anyway, scientific research rant over. How's your week been, buddy? Got that academic mindset. My week's been good. Work is good. I'm working on UI stuff at the moment, which is a new one. So I'm basically getting paid to bloat my CV with 7 programming languages, web dev, web-based UI stuff being what it is. So overall, we've got 12.4 kilometers a second. Now I'm going to write down some of these numbers so I can design a new lander with a little less delta V, particularly. So we've got stage 1. It's got, this is in a vacuum. That's fine. We'll put 4.41 slash whatever it is, 3.89. And the stage 2, I think this pretty much goes most of the way to orbit, didn't it? 109 meters per second, that doesn't seem right. What's in stage 2? Oh, it's because it's in atmosphere, of course. Of course, 2.46. I keep forgetting this slider down here. I keep making that mistake. Right. I was really confused. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so 1.98. So the 2.46, we had a little bit of leeway on that. We had a bit of delta V left over on landing. We could probably slash that a little bit. We could lose a bit from that one. And then the 1.98 in the landing stage. Again, that was a little bit much. We could probably shave a bit off. I don't know about this last one though. 3.52. We're going to keep that because that's the only untested bit, right? But we're going to work our way backwards from that, and then obviously we got our worst dangers. Okay. I might keep a chunk of the rocket, like probably the bit that got it out there, but we are going to do a new lander, I reckon. So that is going to go off to one side. And this lander, in its entirety can probably go. Yeah. Can't delete primary command pod. Okay. How do I change the primary command pod then? I guess I can make it primary once I spawn it in, right? So we could make this big enough to take multiple, or we could go for a VROZ. I think that's a bit more fun. I'd quite like to make something that kind of looks like the LK. I mean, it's not going to look that accurate, but I think that could be a bit of fun. The only thing is, it needs to be an LK that, because we don't have docking ports, and we don't really have the payload to orbit to launch a separate lander and return capsule, so it's going to have to be an LK that can return to Drew. So it's going to have to sort of drop its engines, I suppose, and have a heat shield. The LK is a very strange looking craft though, so maybe we'll drop that idea. Right, let's make this the primary. There we go, and get rid of that. Cool. So we can make this a little bit smaller, I believe, and still have capacity for 2. So, okay, so 90% is the smallest it can be and still carry 2. So it's going to be a little bit cozy for our 2 Drews, but that's okay. How much shorter can we make it? Oh, we can make it like a little flat bean. Let's move this just to the middle here. There we go, and make life a little easier for ourselves. Can I like move this like up there so we can, there we go, get a better look at our little guy. Okay, what do you think of our bean lander so far? I think it's cute. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. Oh, that's a bit of fun. Okay, didn't realize you could WASD rotate. You learn something new every day with this game. So, with regard to height, we can probably leave that at 100%, right? Power of the gyroscope. Yeah, we'll leave that at 100%, that's fine. So, I guess we could try and make it look-ish like the LK. Dead at the store, so I just got the stream on in the back. Nice to hear it. Hello, N9. Welcome to my Juno New Origins stream. Okay, we're going to need a heat shield on this bad boy. Doesn't need to be quite that wide. 0.9 meters is good enough. I don't think we needed any extra stuff on it, did we? We didn't need to, yeah, add any more. Well, we can't add any more, so I reckon it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we've got our sort of starting parts of our LK-ish spacecraft. So do I remember that we had like multiple types of interstage style? Ah, yeah, look, we got a Soyuz style. I remember unlocking that. That's cool. We got like a hot staging interstage. That's sick. I mean, we don't have any need for it now, but still, it's cool. Right, let's make that as teeny tiny as we can. Okay. And then I guess, yeah, I guess we'll just go from here. So then we need a fuel tank. Really, the fuel tank, well, this needs to be enough delta V to land and return, although it can obviously drop its landing legs on ascent. But I feel like we might struggle a little bit here. We'll see. We'll strap 2 engines on because the LK, it had 3 nozzles, so 3 combustion chambers, but it had 1 central RD858 engine, and it has the 2 nozzles of the RD859, so like straddled at either side, but they're 2 combustion chambers of 1 backup engine. But I reckon we're just going to use both of them. Maybe we'll use 3. I don't know. Pixie engine, right? Yeah. Okay, the electric engine. Ooh, okay. Maybe we'll go for 1 of these. Don't know if we got space for 2. Let's switch it up to Brigo. Let's see. Oh, we've already got a fair amount of delta V, to be honest. But to start with, we don't need gimbal because we'll have RCS, so that can lighten us up a little bit. Yeah, it makes it a bit cheaper as well. Okay, power cycle. Can we make this a gas generator engine? We could make it a gas generator engine, but yeah, no, we're going to keep it electric. Oop, whoops. Yeah, we'll keep it electric. Nice and lightweight. Okay. We could reduce the throat size. No, we'll keep it at 75%, I reckon. Okay. Starting thrust weight ratio is pretty decent, but still, considering that's the thrust weight ratio on Brigo, that's pretty abysmal. But I kind of, maybe we'll go for 3 of these. Like so. What's that thrust to weight ratio then? Yeah, that's much better. It doesn't massively reduce our yeah, because instead of having 1 massive nozzle, we've got 3 little ones. That means we have a bit more clearance. That's fine. Okay, so how much delta V does this thing actually need? It needs 3.52 to get back, 1.98 to land. Now I reckon we could shave a bit off of that. We had lots of delta V spare last time. So we can maybe shave a couple 100 meters per second off of that. But ultimately, I want to get to at least 5 kilometers a second. Maybe like 5.2, ideally. So let's just see how big of a fuel tank would we need to achieve that. We're going to need to make this thing wider, for sure. I think our LK... well, I guess if we're going for an LK design, we could have the separate landing stage like the LK had. It had a descent stage, and then it just went back up to orbit. Otherwise, it's going to return all the way to Drew for us. This looks like a little green ghost. It does a little bit. I see it. I see it. Okay, so really we only need about 3.52. So I think just making it a bit wider, we can achieve that. And that's about as tall as I reckon I want to make it. So let's just make it a bit fatter. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's coming along. Okay. So we add our other engines, so we've got a decent thrust to weight ratio, because otherwise, yeah, it's absolutely abysmal. That's fine. Just... No, I didn't want to do that one. I wanted to do that. That's why I love the fine controls in Juno. The fact that KSP still doesn't have that. Just astonishing. Okay. And you know what, we can put our engines in here a little bit as well. There we go. A cute little lander. This cute little guy. It's adorable. Okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. And then the thing is, the LK had like a skirt with the landing legs on. Do we do the skirt? Kind of skirt design? Yeah, I reckon we do the skirt design. Can you put a hole in the bottom of an interstage? That's what I want to know. Like, if this interstage, can I make it hollow? That's what I want to know. The Soyuz one. Like a hollow interstage would be ideal, because you could just detach the ring and have the landing gear attached to that. No, you should be able to though. That's irritating that you can't do that. Yeah. You listening, Pedro? Feature request. Give me a hollow interstage. Always use the inlet part since it doesn't interfere with staging. That's a good idea. But the thing is, how can I detach that then? I guess I'd have to attach it to the side interstage. That would work. Yeah, I do. It's here. I've got the radial interstage. Okay, you know, we'll split it into two. So we need to make this way smaller. This just doesn't need much detachment force at all. There we go. So we'll have two of these, and we'll split our landing gear assembly into two. We'll have a little skirt that goes round. Put it there, or no? We'll put it there. Could we use fairing? No, you gotta have a fairing base for that. Okay. Um. Okay, well, we could just use the inlet part again. Like, whatever. The inlet part seems to be, like, everyone's go-to for doing things that they're not kind of allowed to in Juno, if that makes any sense. You know, we'll just put this on this side and we'll have the ladder on the other side. I don't know where the exit is on this. It's not very clear, so I'm just going to put this on one side. Can I attach the inlet to this? How do I... No, I don't want to put it there. I'm going to attach it to this... I'm going to attach it to the side thing. Does it have to go on the end of something? Ah, that's annoying. How do I detach that? The exit isn't on the top. It's definitely the sides. That's an attachment point on the top. How do we do that? Have we got to make like a tiny little fuel tank or like attachment node? I guess like a block. A block would do. You know, we'll put like a random little thing. You know what? The LK actually has these on the side to store monopropellant. So we can even make this like a decal decoration thing. Except I'm actually attaching... Ah! You can't attach it to... Okay. Fine. What about the cube? Surely you can attach it to the cube. Don't tell me you can't attach it to the cube. You officially cannot attach the inlet to the cube. Make a small interstage that's smaller than the engines and then put the inlet. Now I'd have to go... in the middle though, really, wouldn't it? Can we deal with two engines? Because you have to release the interstage, right? An interstage in a cargo bay works better for what you want to do. Does the interstage have collisions? Is what I'm wondering. Is Raw Cobalt Kind still being released? Yes! Yes it is! An episode, if not this weekend, likely not this weekend, then it will be out on the 3rd of November. And 9 is streaming almost every night. There's lots of activity going on if you need to look for it. Turn off the collision in Tinker. This feels like a cheat. What's the thrust to weight ratio of this thing? On Brigo. Pretty high. Can we do without the middle engine? I think that's the Brigo thrust to weight. That's pretty measly. This is just the Ascent though. Boot up Juno and test if you want. That's fine. We can always launch this and have a little look and see if it works. Okay, let's give that a go. So, interstage, just tiny interstage, and then instead of the inlet, do we have a cargo bay? I don't know if we have the cargo bay. Is that in the tech tree? Tinker Panel's always allowed if it's for cosmetic purposes and makes up some features of the game that doesn't actually have. That's a fair point. Where is the cargo bay? How things unfold? Solar panels. Probably have to use inlet. Yeah, I think inlet is the way to go. Landing gear. Oh, you got like lunar tires and stuff. That's fun. Doopy doo. We have an episode out on Halloween. Halloween, really? Well, it was released on a Sunday, though. That's cheating. Okay, I'm sure Cargo Bay is in here somewhere. If anyone has any clue as to where in the tech tree it is. Okay, one thing that I do like from KSB is it has a search bar up here. You can search for parts in the tech tree. That would be nice. But as it stands, we don't need a Cargo Bay. We are going to use an inlet part. Here we are. Because, as I can see, fuel tank interstage. Yeah, we don't have it. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. That's what we want. There we go. Cheating the day. Tut tut tut. Well, I mean, at least that actually commits you to getting an episode out on a day you said you're going to get an episode out. Because that is rare. Okie dokie. Can we attach these to... Can we not attach these to the inlet? Okay, well this kind of defeats the point. Can we attach it to the interstage instead? So if we make this interstage a bit bigger so we can easily... Well, that kind of defeats the point of that if we can't even attach the landing legs to it. The whole point was to decouple the landing legs. But we can't attach the... Oh, okay. Can we attach a cube to it? No. Cargo bay works better. Where is the cargo bay in the tech tree, though? That's why I love the connections manager mod. Yeah. Which, oh, I deleted my engines. No, put them back. Where did they go? Where did the engines go? Oh, there they are. Oh, it was just the interstage. They didn't delete the engines. We're fine. Okay. Let's go find the cargo bay. It's got to be something in one of the ones we don't already have, right? Rapid charge, spin right round. Not in there. Alien Explorer, it's the lunar stuff. Brakes. Got doors. These are part styles. Oh, these styles of landing gear. Okay. Hinge, rotates, robotic parts. I didn't realize those were in Juno. That's a bit of fun. Juno confirmed. Burnt eyes. Stadium lights. Almost like owls. Transformers. Damn, why is a cargo bay such a ridiculously advanced piece of technology? Or is it just... Am I just an idiot and I already have it? Personalize, pushing air around the world. Put a tiny interstage and then an inlet. Yeah, but the inlet has no side connections. I can't attach the landing gear to it. Where is this cargo bay? There's this hemisphere, paint shop, CAD Pro. Am I an idiot? Is this somewhere obvious that I haven't seen? Gotta be over here somewhere, right? Feather falling, landing harder, not in there. Trapdoor. Oh, there it is. There it is. Ah! Okay, but apparently the cargo bay also doesn't have an attachment. Okay, so you put a tiny stage then an inlet, and then you can put the fuel tank below. Yeah, but we can't attach the landing gear to it, which was kind of the point of this entire exercise. But that's fine. What we will do is it's fine. We can kind of cheat it. Well, not cheat it, but get something close to what I wanted. So we want these on the diagonal. Yeah. Minimum size. And then we'll attach the landing gear to these bad boys. I need to turn the snap off. Doop-a-doo. How do I turn like the rotation snap off? I forgot how to do that. Angle 30 degrees, 60 degrees. I want 45 degrees. Ah, here we go. Right here. Bada bing, bada boom. And then what we'll do, get our landing gear, attach it to those. Let's just simulate extending those. Yeah, these landing gear are a little bit too big. That's cute. Look at that. Okay, can we change the... Oh, we can. No more tipping over. Let's try and get something similar to the LK, actually. I might bring my LK over and have it as a little reference in front of me. That's a bit of fun, isn't it? Let me go grab it. Check this bad boy out. Check it out. Heck yeah. Okay, we're going to have this as a reference just underneath my monitor. I'm just going to build something that looks as close to it as I can. So that angle is a little bit too much. So these are actually steeper angle than I thought they were. More of like 20 degrees ish. But that's about as far from the ground as they go. Maybe a little bit longer than that. Like 25%. So we've got a little bit of wiggle room. Like 25 degrees. Okay, that shouldn't tip over. Now I'll be eating my words if it does, but fingers crossed. And then the wonderful thing is we can simply just tweak this into here. So now the separators are on the inside, and you shouldn't be able to see them. Nice. And that actually works out really nicely. Now, I might shrink these a bit because they look a little goofy when they're not extended. So instead of having the length down, I might just reduce the size of them instead. So reduce the size to like... Ooh, no, that looks silly. Put it to like 75%. Nah, that's kind of dumb. It looks better with them like that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We have detachable landing gear in a little engine skirt. That's a bit of fun. Okay. Make sure you're into tiny interstage clips with the nozzle so you don't have any collision when firing the interstage. Yeah, so the tiny interstage is here and it's clipped a little ways into the nozzle. So hopefully that'll be alright. We'll test it in a bit, regardless. Okay, so then, like, we've got a few sort of detail things on the LK. I don't know if I can be bothered to add them. I might make this... Is making this bigger going to make it heavier? Oh yeah, quite a bit heavier. Okay, we're going to leave that as is then. And have this strange looking interstage thing instead. Well, strange looking fuel tank, it sort of bulges out, doesn't it? but that's all right. Okay. Next, monopropellant. There we go. We need a little monopropellant thing on top. We probably need another interstage up here, actually, don't we? So we can detach this thing. There we go. Put it that way up. You gonna let me attach that? No. Okay. Does it have to be this way up? Okay. Yes, it does. For some reason. And I can't size it while something's attached to it. I am confusion. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. You gotta shrink it that way. I get it. I get it. Okay. So this can be absolutely teeny tiny. Okay. So, and this wants to be. Oof. Looking at the size of this, like smaller than that, even more like that. Okay. And we have our little monopropellant block. So usually the docking port would go on top of that, but we don't have any. Just having a little look at any like detail-y parts to put up there. I'm not going to spend like the whole stream detailing things. Though I do note that this should probably have some parachutes on it. I just realised that. But we can put those on the sides. Up here. That'll be fine. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, okay, let's just do the RCS. So I reckon the LK had like fixed RCS here, so it could do its yaw, its pitch. I don't believe it could do its roll from here. I believe it had. Maybe it could. I just know I had at least 4 RCS ports here, but we are going to just do the multi-directional RCS that sort of gimbals. Just to make life easier for ourselves. Like so. And then if we put some monopropellant in this thing. There we go. There should be plenty of monopropellant. They should be. We had a lot more than that before, didn't we? And we also don't have any gimbal in the engine, so I reckon a little bit wider, like that. Oh, that's actually quite maybe a bit much. We want like 150. I might check how much we had on the previous one. I'll actually shrink this into the middle there, so then it you actually get a texture on there. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, nice. Okay. Got a little RCS block on the top, which is actually where the LK's RCS block is. Be against directional RCS, there is a lot of monoprop because they already fire in their neutral position and while they gimbal. So it lets us do roll and everything with single ones. I think we might save propellant just on having fewer, honestly. We'll try it. We'll try it, and we'll see how it goes. I am just going to quickly save this. What was it? So Trevorika 1 is going to be Trevorika 2. There we go. And if we load up the original, how much RCS did this thing have? I know this had actual like little RCS blocks that we made. This had 700 kilograms. Wow. Okay. Maybe we need a bit more. Maybe we should do RCS blocks instead. To be fair, we could do those little blocks onto the side of this instead of the single directional RCS like the LK had. We could just sort of copy that. That works. Did we save that as like a sub-assembly? No. Okay, we should do that. I'm going to load that back up and save those RCS blocks as a sub-assembly because I was quite happy with those. There we go. Come here, you. Okay. Get rid of that. And we need to make this. The other one had what? Like 700? What was it? How much RCS do you have? Yeah, but almost 700 kilos. We don't need that much. We'll go for like 500. 500 should be more than enough. Basically for the entire mission. This is a smaller lander as well. Maybe we can get away with a bit less. 250? $250. We'll go with that. Okay. Again, I'm not going to do a whole bunch of detailing to make this look exactly like an LK. It's just sort of a vague design language we're going for. I think it's looking interesting, at least. I'm not going to do like the panoramic window, you know, because it's got the like pretty characteristic window so that the cosmonaut while landing can actually see down to the surface. And you've got obviously got the hatch and the ladder and everything. I don't know if Juno has ladders or mobility enhancers as they're referred to in KSP. We're not going to go and add all that detailing. We're just going for like a basic vibe. I'm quite happy with that. With all that extra mass, though, we do need to make this a little bigger. Or delta V. We were going for 3.5, weren't we? So let's remove all this. All this gubbins. Make it a bit... Oh, we had to... Could just remove that. Oh, well. How's that for Delta V? 3.45. Okay, a little bit more. Yeah, that'll be fine once we get the landing legs on. Okay. That, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. We got our super thin interstage. Got a little engine skirt. And we got our landing legs. Considering how much the inlet like it seems to be used by people for doing creative stuff, you gotta wonder whether they just add a part that isn't, you know, an air intake that does something similar. You gotta wonder. And change suspension type. Okay, we'll put that on auto. It's fine. Okay, that is starting to look a bit like our lunar lander, in my humble opinion. Can you make it the interstage or Sawyer's interstage so it weighs less? I don't know that it does actually weigh any less. I mean, we'll see. 189 kilos, or it does absolutely weigh less. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion, because it's barely there. And it's only a little skirt thing anyway. I don't know if we can make that any thinner. That's as thin as that gets. Unless we change... Okay, we can make it a bit thinner. Wow. Well, thank you for that suggestion. That's actually a genius suggestion. I had no idea that was a thing. Guess that's why you guys are here. Okay. So we got our little landy boy. And yeah, it's got a good amount of delta V. So this can do like the final landing approach and then get back to Drew. We need to put some parachutes on it. Doop-a-doo. Here we are. Parachute. So can we make these radial, or are only the drogue chutes radial? Because if they are, that's irritating. Side chute. Here we go. No, we're fine. We are fine. Okay. Now if we shrink the size of this, and then we have 4 of them. We like tuck them under here. That should be fine, right? Sort of cozied up underneath the RCS. Yeah, that'll be alright. I don't think I need to mess with any of this stuff. Probably all set correctly, I assume. Autocut editing, yes, autocut disabled. Yeah, it's fine. You're gonna do Apollo style mission or direct descent? It's gonna be direct descent. I don't have docking ports or the launch vehicle capability to do Apollo style, unfortunately. Right. Let's slap this on its transfer / landing stage. Now, last time that had... Well, okay, this time it's going to need to have about 4 kilometers a second. To get us all the way to orbit and then do the most of the descent. So it's going to be needs a little bit on the chonky side. I went to look back at the arcade and remember it's right underneath me. Maybe we'll have a separate stage for the descent then. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. That is attached onto our inlet, yeah? Okay, yeah, it is. Cool. Again, we don't actually need much here, so we can once again change this to Soyuz and shrink it to next to nothing. There we go, because we've already got this engine skirt thing here. So, fuel tank. This is going to be our descent stage. This needs to have maybe 2 kilometers a second. That's maybe a little much, if anything. But this could just be our descent. No, we could have a TLI stage. Actually, that would make more sense. So we had an upper stage on the rocket that then did the TLI. This could do our insertion and our descent, which is what the Soviet moon mission had block day, which did exactly that. So to do that, let's have a look at the Delta V map. I don't know the Delta V values well enough yet. Juno Delta V map. Let's have a look. Okay, how much do we need for TLI? Well, trans Brigo injection, I guess. We need 1300. And then, yeah, about 2,000. 1,400 to get into it. Yeah, so 1,300 for TLI. And then another... Yeah, so it's going to end up being about 3,500 in total to do all of that. A little under, though. We'll do 3,250. Let's see if we can manage that. So... Quick start and low throttling. I guess we want the Spirit engine. These are second stages. This is a pressure-fed engine, isn't it? Rather than a pump-fed. Is this pressure-fed by default? Yeah. Default is a monopropellant engine. So... Powerful engine used for takeoff and orbiting. I don't think we need a mage engine. It's not great for landing. I guess Pixie engine. Just another one of these. Go for another electric one, I guess. It's better than the gas generator, right? Yeah, because you're not wasting any propellant. Chucking it overboard. This is going to be much better than pressure fed, I reckon. Yeah. So electric is our best cycle at the moment. It's interesting because, yeah, electric is obviously a very modern cycle, but efficiency-wise is sort of halfway between your standard gas generator, your open cycle gas generator, and your closed cycle in performance. So it's interesting they use it as a stepping stone. Obviously, KS3 just doesn't have electric pump-fed engines at all, which is interesting. So this is stage 1 now. So this needs to have 3.3. We'll go for like kilometers per second at delta V. So this needs to be reasonably chunky. We can't really clip into the landing gear, which limits the angle at which this can increase like that. There we go. Okay. It's going to be a little bit shorter. And possibly a little bit wider. 4? How's that? 3.3. Dead on. It's a little strange in that it sort of bloats out a bit, but... it's fine. It's fine. Just because height is a bit of a limiting factor here, we are just going to do a little bit of shenanigans with the nozzle. There we go. Okay, we got 3.2 now in stage 3. Maybe we need a little bit more fuel up here. If we can just do this. Extend it a bit much. How's that? 2.35. I don't know if that's enough to get back. 2.8, 3. No, that should be enough. That should be plenty. That should be plenty. I wouldn't want to go for any less than that. But that should be plenty. We might shrink our engine skirt a little bit though. Just try and save a bit of weight. There we go. Like so. Move you down there. Wunderbar. Okay, cool. So long as you don't have landing legs that like bend upwards and then deploy down out, that would be more useful because we could tuck them up onto the lander. Don't know if there's any way we can do that. Perhaps if we rotate it around, we could change the deploy angle. That might work. Then we wouldn't be limited. So that's got to be a way to do that, right? Can you... Ah, damn it. You can't make the deploy angle higher. Annoying! Very annoying. You can't have it fold outwards like that, like a SpaceX style landing leg. Unless we rotated it. But then it would be a starting angle, which would look strange. Nah, oh well, it was worth a go. Pedro, if you're listening. Another feature request for you. I wonder if you could through XML. I mean, actually the model doesn't extend that far, right? So, not necessarily something you can fix in the XML. Because the model would run out of model, you know? Okay. We're saying this one have 3.3, right? So we need to make this little teeny weeny bit longer. Okay, 4.6. How about that? 3.3, perfect, we're there. Okay. Let's get back to it. So, there we go, we've got that engine there. Bada bing, bada boom. So now, well, if that's our TLI, now we just need to actually get ourselves into space, which is where the rest of this great big rocket comes in, I suppose. We actually don't need this stage here, I've just realized. So yeah, this can actually... We might need to make this into 2 stages though. Because I don't think this block alone can't get us all the way to orbit. We need a little like kick stage just to get us the extra mile. So we could shrink this first stage and then add a second stage on. That would work. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let me think. How much Delta V do you need to get? It's about 4,500-ish on a good day to get into Drew orbit. I mean, so this stage should technically be able to do it itself. It just didn't last time. Maybe it was a non-optimal ascent profile. I don't know. I mean, we can certainly give it a go. If it doesn't work, then we can bin it. I accidentally delete the interstage. Whoops. This looks Ooh, whoops. Is it 3.6? Yeah, 3.6 or 6.5. Maybe 6.5. Okay. Well, that looks silly, doesn't it? Wow. Okay. I think we just made all of this way lighter because we're using more efficient electric engines. So we can just absolutely... I think I'm missing something here. We're missing a TLI stage, I've just realised. So we got 3,000, yeah, it's over 4,000 that this second one needs. It's about 4.3, not 3.3 that it needs, Delta V wise. So this could do the approach and the landing, but not TLI. It's missing about 1.5 kilometers per second to do that. So you could add a little orbital insertion plus TLI stage, and then this is just our stage that gets us out there. So that's what we're missing. So 2,000, 3,000. It's like 4.2. Okay. So 2,800. About, yeah, so it only needs about 3,000 3 kilometers a second, not 3,000 kilometers a second. So 2.8, 2.9 really it could get away with. So we can make this a bit smaller and then just have a TLI stage. So let's do that. So let's shrink this so it's not at a weird size. Like, is that 1.25? Yeah, 1.25. Okay. There we go. So we have 3. We actually need 2.9-ish. 2.95. Have a little bit of wiggle room. There we go. Okay. Cool. That looks a little bit nicer anyway, I reckon. There we are. Okay. So that's our course correction and orbital insertion and then landing burn. Then this one does the final approach and then the ascent and return. And then we need end stage to a TLI stage / orbital insertion stage. Let's just check the details of this. We've got the nozzle length is already maximum. Maximum chamber pressure. Gimbal range. Does this one need gimbal? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. We've got the RCS for this bit, but we'll have every other stage now have gimbal because otherwise things will get a bit silly. So, TLI stage. Move that out of the way. We'll have another Pixie engine, I guess. Yeah. So this one needs to be a little. Does it need to be a little bit bigger? Not sure it does. So this is TLI, which actually is only 1,300 meters per second. So plus orbital insertion, we'll call it 1,600. So it's already too big, this stage. It needs to be about that. Not even that big. How small can we make this into stage, by the way? There we go. That's more like it. 2.2. 2 kilometers a second? Still a bit much. 1.8. This is not much mass for quite a bit of extra performance, so we'll go for 2 kilometers a second. Just so we have loads to spare. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, and then we just got to launch this into orbit, which we can already do because, oh crikey, this is a very big stage. Too big actually. In fact, we can make all of this a lot slimmer. We'll add an escape tower as well. That'd be a bit of fun, won't it? So yeah, this stage is way too large. I reckon we can get rid of. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We can get rid of like 2 of those engines and shrink this way down. We probably can't shrink it that much. But this only needs 4.5 kilometers a second, if that. Doesn't need to be this tall either. Oh, we didn't clip that engine. We could probably clip this. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. And this one is going to have gimbal. Here we go. Oh, wrong tool. There we go. Too many arrows to keep track of. We might make that interstage a bit longer, otherwise it's not going to be the most aerodynamic thing. There we go. Starting thrust to weight ratio 1.5. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Though these engines are maybe a little big for the size of rocket. We can shrink them a bit. Down to 200%. TWR is not good. That's about as much as I want to go, I reckon. Yeah. So, you know, let's make this a little wider. So we have 4.5 kilometers a second, and we can have some bigger engines. There we go. Again, 1.2 TWR is not incredible, but I reckon that's enough. Make it a little bit shorter. 20 meters. How's that? Yeah, that's much better starting TWR. I'm not going to lose so much, and we don't take a huge hit on the Delta V. Okay, this is getting near to being ready to go. Watch us get all the way out there and the interstage not work. Remind me to check that works before we launch this all the way out to Brigo and have the landing gear like explode or something. So we'll save it and then we'll quickly just launch that and check that works. These engines can go like that. There we go, that looks a bit better. Nice. How wide is this thing? 7.3. We can go all the way up to 10 meters, can't we? Shows how much our engine technology's improved that we're able to do this. Okay. So we can make these fins quite a bit larger. Not that large though. There we go. That's our roll stability sorted. And I want these on. Why do they keep flipping over? Stop flipping around. Turn around. Rocket fins. Every now and then I turn around. And I need you to stop turning around tonight. You were saying, yeah, 1.3. 1.3 is fine. 1.4 is better, though. No, this could definitely be a little bit longer, couldn't it? $4.2? Yeah, that's good. That's good. We'll go with that. That's our final offer to the gods of Delta V? Delta V. That accounts for batteries. The X3 Hall effect ion thruster has thrust weight ratio of 2.4. What? Yeah, okay, not accounting for batteries. It's basically like the fuel of an ion engine. So, yeah, okay, the engine itself might have a thrust weight ratio of 2.4, but yeah, not taking into account the fuel and the actual storage of the electricity. Like that's quite a big thing to not take into account. Particularly how ridiculously power hungry they are. In fact, we did something like that at uni, calculating the energy density of energy storage or energy production. And obviously the most energy dense thing you can have is a nuclear reactor, and that still just did not reach the energy density levels required for you to have an ion engine that could reach orbit. Because think, like, these rocket engines have got themselves thrust to weight ratios of like in the hundreds, if not thousands. Obviously, if you don't take into account the fuel, then yeah, it could be an SSDO, but obviously it needs fuel. Okay, so let's do a different color scheme for this, because this color scheme I've gone off it. Also, we were going to do a launch escape tower, weren't we? So let's do that real quick. Back to Soyuz in stage. Back to teeny tiny separator. There we go. Okay. And more just we need an aerodynamic top to this as well. We can turn a nose cone into a fuel tank, can't we? So we have a donation. Joseph Stalin has thrown £3 at the stream. Good work, comrade. Well, thank you, Stalin. I have to say I'm not a fan of your work, but I appreciate the donation. Now I've just got Joseph Stalin just scrolling along the bottom of the stream for the rest of the stream. Wonderful. But thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate the donation. Do we have the spline editor now? So we have a nose cone spline editor. Is that in the Tinker panel? In the sandbox game. Unless... Ah, no, here we go. How do we get that plotter up? And it was new in the latest update, wasn't it? Maybe it's in the advanced Tinker. Oh well, that's fine. I guess we'll have a little dunce hat on the top of the rocket. A little bit chonky as launch escape systems go, but that's okay. Then we just need, I guess, a gnome engine. No, it's solid motor. We're in Goblin solid motors. Can we get a little tower on this thing? A strut on the top of it? That'll work, wouldn't it? In that case, we should probably go for an actual fuel tank to attach something on top. It'd be a little bit easier to shape. There we go. Make this strut a lot smaller. I'm already going a little overboard on this. Make sure that's not going to impinge upon our craft. Nope, that's actually going to be fine. To turn off the snap here so we can see what we're doing. That is good enough, I reckon. We need to put some fuel in here. Yep, it's got solid fuel in it. We don't need that much. Only it's like a little bit, right? Yeah. Sure, I have no idea if that's going to be powerful enough to even pull us free of the rocket, but I guess we'll see. Your video on the Venus rover project was awesome, by the way. Thank you very much. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a mechanical computer rover in the news like 5 years from now. I mean, it's not going to be a thing for a long while yet, but maybe they'll announce the concept in the next 5-10 years. That would be amazing. Okay. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. That video was a real passion project. I'm glad that it's done as well as it has. We need to paint this thing so it doesn't look like ass. We'll go for a theme first and then we'll edit it. Mono is the only one that even vaguely looks okay. Then we'll just edit it from there, I reckon. Okay, cool. And let's go deal with the textures. So we've got tiles texture on this. We haven't unlocked stripes yet. Maybe we should unlock stripes as a matter of priority, just so we can have cooler looking rockets. Yeah, okay, I guess we'll keep that. Texture on these can be panels. Or do we want channels? Not vents. No, if we have that be panels and these be vents, that looks a bit better. Or should we have them be channels? That does look better as a stage, yeah. Okay. Is there anything better than that for our final lander? No, I reckon panels again. The hexagonal actually looks pretty good on that. So does vents. We're going to go for hexagonal because it lines up nicely. Okay, can we change the texture on this? Oh, we can. Wonderful. You have some real goofy textures on this. You can't give it no texture though. It's got to have like insulation or something on there, which I find kind of annoying. It doesn't make sense, but because you can put like no texture on these, I swear, right? Yeah. But you can't put no texture on a command pod. Unless I'm just an idiot. No? Okay. You can't strip the texture off. It's got to have insulation. Change the intensity of the texture. Okay, yeah. Fairs. But still. You should be able to strip it of the texture. I'd like it to be like bare metal, you know? So if you change that to texture tiling to 0... Oh no. Can't be 0. Okay. Doobie-doobie-doo. What do we feel like going for an LK-esque thing? There aren't really any here I like. We could just go for panels. That works. You can make it shiny. Make it look really thrown together. Do like 0.2. Yeah. Actually, I kind of liked it like that. That's kind of cool, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Get the XML and change the texture attribute of the command pod to default. Then it has no texture. Okay, but I'm not going to go edit XML files. Like, I'm very determined to play the game as it's intended to be played before I go and start messing with XML files and mods and go crazy. Like, 'cause I would like to play it as the devs intended, so to speak. Before I go overboard, because I know I will go completely overboard. And once I go overboard, there will be no going back. Same as it was for KSP. Rivets on the launch tower or just plain launch tower? I actually quite like the rivets. Yeah, I'll keep the rivets. I think that's fun. Okay. Now I just need to sort the staging out and test that that lander works okay. I want to make some parts of this shiny though. So let's grab a... Yeah, I want to customize this theme. It's glass, solar cells, fabric, brushed light metal. Here we go. Ooh. 100% metallic. Ooh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to paint that one. This should be the base color, right? Yeah. The shiny. All hail the shiny boy. People are asking why Joseph Stalin is on the donation bar. Someone named Joseph Stalin donated, so now we're stuck with it. I could get rid of it, but they donated, so if you want to get rid of it, you're just gonna have to donate again with a different name. I think it's mean. You know, that's part of donating is you get your name on the stream. So it'd be mean to take their thing away, even though they did choose a unideal username, let's say. Right, we don't want it that smooth. Like, oh, that's a shiny boy. Very nice. Got it like 85%. Yeah, that's good. You know, let's mess with these textures. I want the lander texture to be different to the rest of it. So not panels. Channels? That could work. If we reduce the tiling of it. Not fence. Try channels just with like massively reduced texture tiling. Ooh. Yeah, that's looking like something. Might as well we do... Ugh. Awful. Oh, that looks jank as hell. No, it doesn't quite connect when you do that, does it? So... I'm gonna try like 0.2. That's a little bit better. I like that you have these options. Yeah, okay, that looks jank above 0.5. These textures don't quite knit together, which is not ideal. I guess it's one texture wrapped around, but the fact it doesn't quite line up is annoying. Let's do 0.25. That will look a little better. Yeah, that seems to have sorted it. Okay. Maybe we'll try 0.15 instead. Nope, nope, that doesn't look good. No, it doesn't look good. Okay, 0.25 it is. Yeah, we'll keep it 0.5 on here. And I quite like it to have similar colors to... Actually, okay, so if we find like a material one, gauges, no, not gauges. Fabric base. Yeah, I kind of like it to be a beigey sort of color. Now go for a full color wheel. Here we go. More towards the sort of yellowy green-esque kind of brown, or beige. Yeah, no smoothness, no metallic, no emission details. The detail down. There we go. That looks like it could be sort of an insulated tank-esque thing. Okay. Then I kind of want the rest of it to all be metallic as well, so... There we go. Well, it certainly sort of looks like something. The real Apollo Soyuz mission. I'm not sure I like it being beige though. I've changed my mind. Oh, didn't want to do that. Let's change this one. Maybe we'll go for more of a red. Or a dark red. Dark red installation. Oh yeah, that's more fun. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah. Red LK. Let's give it nice shiny landing legs as well. Beautiful. I might make the... Is it the trim? Yeah, that one with the trim red too. Ooh, very nice. Very, very nice. Ho 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 ho! Then I want the trim on this to be the light metal. That... Why has it gone black? I painted it with the light metal. Okay, it's just reflecting the non-existent sky, I suppose. That's fine. Okay. I'm pretty much happy with that. That's as cool as this is going to look, I reckon. Without me putting a lot more time into it, a lot more time than I'm willing to put in. Let's just save it. Yeah, and then I'm just going to grab the... I missed the interstage. Whoops. Here we go. Just going to grab this. Put the legs and just test this. We got a Druid in there. We only want one. We'll have... Oh no, neither of them are in here. Esther can go in here. There we go. There, this is a cute enough little craft. Nice. This isn't really going to lift off on Drew, is it? That's fine. We just need to check that it would decouple okay. So let's have a look at the stages. Got the landing legs. The engines. In stages. And those in stages. So, yeah, these need to move. It's good that we have more stages now. That makes life easier, doesn't it? So the engines are ignite and then we'll get rid of the... Is that get rid of all of them? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. From the back. We're just going to try launching this from the village pad and see what happens. Too many stages assigned. What? Is there a limit to how many stages you can have at a launch pad? How many... Or are we still limited on how many stages we're allowed? I mean, there's nothing in all these stages. There we go. Maybe we're still limited to 5. I thought we unlocked a tech that gave us more, but perhaps not. Turn off auto staging and mess with you every time you spawn in. Say something's dumb. I don't think it's dumb. I think it makes sense limiting you when you're early on in your... Like, you're limiting the complexity of your missions. Got like the recolored N1 L3 Lunar Complex. Oh yeah, this thing looks cute. I like this. Well, first things first, I actually want to check where the EVA hatch is. So let's have a little look. Yeah, it is at the side. Okay, it's that side. So it's one side without a window, and that's where it is. that kind of makes sense. That's where you probably expect it to be. Okay. And then we can... Okay, so that heats up the engine skirt. Well, that wasn't a good test because we destroyed the... we destroyed the skirt. We're going to have to move the engines because they're heating up the skirt. I guess because this is attached over it. Maybe if we removed that central engine, it'd fix it. But yeah, let's just check that we can decouple that without destroying the engines. I mean, it's going to crash down onto the pad and destroy it anyway, but we'll find out. So, activate engines, decouple. Right, I don't know if that worked. Or if it's still attached to us, because I don't have a powerful enough engine. Trying to like roll over here. Oh, maybe we can get the Druid out and like lasso it over. How do we fire this again? I've completely forgotten. Oh, it was F, wasn't it? Ah, come on, you. Come on. Can we tug this over? I have an idea. If we extend it. Oh, no, this is the pitch, not the extender. There we go. And then we retract it. Oh. Nope, not that much. Extend it out. And then jump off the edge. Oh. Okay. Let's undo that and see if we can just put a more powerful engine on. And just see if this still works. Oh, also, we need to fix the fact that it's heating up this interstage. It's heating up the inlet. Would having them extend a little further below it help? I reckon that would help because they're like slightly above it right now. There we go. Yeah, so they're above it at the moment. Let's... Oh, whoops. That grid size. Let's have it like there. That's as good a place as any for an engine skirt. Ah, didn't want to do that. There we go. Why isn't it letting me move it? There we go. Okay. So now we're below it. We're on minus 1.165. We accidentally moved this one slightly without the snap-on, so we'll just adjust that. Okay. That should hopefully sort that. You know, it's not below them anymore. So let's just check that first. Need to remember what we're doing here because we need to reload the rest of the rocket. Stop killing people for no reason. It wasn't for no reason. It was for science. It was for the progress of Drew Kai. And then we'll try it with bigger engines. But let's see if this blows up the thing again. Okay, there we go. So that solves that problem. They just need to be slightly further below, so minus 1.165. Cool, that's okay. And now we just slap a giant engine on here and just launch it upwards so we can check that the skirt decouples properly. Come here, giant engine to be. We need a... Oh wow, this really is just a... Oh, you can make a nozzle length of 0? That's crazy. Wow. There we go, 1.2. That's good enough. As long as it doesn't extend past the landing legs, and this thing can fly. Cool! Right, that should fly. You can have ethics in your space program. This isn't for all couple kind. I'd say I'm more ethical in full couple kind because I'm not allowed to quick save in that. So I'm so much more careful. So I make quick saves in case bugs happen. But if I make a mistake in full couple kind, I'm stuck with it. Whereas here, I can revert flights, right? Okay. Here we go. Let's do this. Hey, it works! I fired my parachutes at the same time, but it does work. Awesome! That's cute! We got ourselves a cute little lander. I mean, I should probably cut these. Meow. Check me out with my little legless lunar lander. Sick! I wonder if we can land this. Parachute exploded from heat damage. No way can we land this. I was right. Okay. If I didn't have such an issue with Streamlabs, I'd make a donation with the name is dead. What's your issue with Streamlabs? I mean, it's really the best way of getting a donation to me because YouTube takes 60%. 60% of a donation. Madness. But now we check that works. We just need to move those engines down when we reload. The main thing. But yeah, like, you know, no amount of convenience is ever gonna be worth taking like 60% of your donation. Maybe it was 40%. It was one or the other. So if we just move that into stage for a second, then we can adjust this down slightly. That was enough, wasn't it? Yep. Wunderbar. Okay, lovely. Not a topic I can discuss on stream or on server openly, but I do understand why you're using it. Okay. Alright then, keep your secrets. Should we test the launch escape system? I feel like we should. I could bind it to an action group. Action group 1. Abort. How do I tie things to the action group? I think it's in the context menu, isn't it? So we'd want to activate all these engines. Activation group, here we go. 1, abort. Does that tie to all of them? Yes, it does. And then there's this interstage we'd want to get rid of. Boom. So if we press 1, we will abort. I wonder how successful that's going to be. These really tiny little engines, I reckon they're probably not big enough. We could scale them up a little. $150. Yeah, it's looking like a reasonably sized escape system now. Yeah, I mean, let's just test that out. If we launch from the alley pad and just give it a go. What's our issues? Oh, too many stages, of course. We're only allowed 5. Okay. Let's figure out some stage reduction here. So we could save on stages if we had these engines. We activated them manually and then we had them in the same stage as the next one. That would work. So I reckon let's do that. And boom. So we'll activate them manually, and then when we press the space bar, it will technically try and activate them again, but it's fine because they'll run out of fuel and we'll be activating this one and that stage. Perfect. Next one. That picks the engine and that is a stage. Yep, that's absolutely fine. Stage 3 is empty. Let me just get rid of these two then. Next one. So now we're using this engine. Okay, so we want to fire off. No, we don't want to use those. Oh, we want to get rid of the launch escape system really at the same time. I think once we've fired this engine, we're basically in orbit. So we're actually going to do the launch escape system at the same time. So it was here, wasn't it? Yeah, so these 4. So we're also going to fire these. And we also need to fire this interstage up here to get rid of that. So our first stage is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. So we activate these manually, then we press spacebar, activates this interstage, this engine, and it gets rid of the launch escape system. Perfect. Then got that one. Then, okay, interstage and the landing legs. That's fine. We need to activate these engines as well. Then when we take off, it's going to be those interstages. Stage 4. Then what's this interstage? Oh yeah, this gets rid of the our little RCS module. So that one and that one, and we can just move the parachutes into the same stage. Boom! 5 stages. Who said we didn't have enough stages? I'm going to save the craft after that. Bada bing, bada boom. Great stuff. Okay. Let's launch it, and we're just going to test the launch escape system first. Heavy lifting, that's what first stages are for. You know what? Got a point there. Great job, you made a missile that will deploy a payload for the moon. Why is the first stage already firing? I didn't touch anything. I just loaded the craft. How did that happen? Okay, well, pressing the first the one does detach that, alright. What happened there? I didn't touch anything. I know a lot of stuff's in the first stage, but I didn't touch any of the controls, so... Very strange. Oh, auto staging, of course. So auto stage is the first stage. Okay. Oh no, I did retry again. I wanted to go back to it. Auto staging. Yep, you're absolutely correct. Kleptrophies. Kleptrophies. Is that it? Kleptrophies. Why is everyone atting Pedro? This is not Pedro's fault. And Pedro isn't even in chat. Pedro is likely at work and watching the VOD. Okay. Right. Let's undo an exit and disable the auto staging. I forgot that was a thing. I'm very sorry. Good pronunciation, apparently. That surprises me. I thought that would be awful. Ah. Boom. Auto staging gone. Did that auto activate the stage though? The whole chat is just screaming Pedro's name. Okay, wait, that should not activate the first stage. Right? Hands off. Not touch anything. The first stage shouldn't be activated. Like, we should have to activate the first stage. Surely. What? Why is it firing? Like, the main engines as well. Do your engines have an activation group assigned? Yeah, 1. If I press 1, they should fire. So there's the stage. There. So that's me activating stage 1. So why are those engines firing at the beginning? So it's not actually the first stage that's going. It's activation group 1. Now, I thought that was if I pressed 1. But maybe I'm wrong. I thought that was it, but have a look at the settings. Controls. Activation group 1. Is that in here? Yeah, you got to press 1. See in the groups if it's auto on. That's a thing. Right. Right. Well, there it is. All of these should be off to start with. Right, we figured that one out. It wasn't detaching this, though. Or maybe it's just not... Because this is in activation group 1. So I thought so. Do you know what the thrust to weight ratio of these little engines is? What happened if we just plunk these in a little stage? Actually, yeah, I'm quite keen to see that because then we can see if they're actually going to be enough. So if I just add a little... Oh, come on. You auto-added more stages for me. Why are you being a pain in the ass now? Oh, I just wanted to see if it had enough thrust to weight ratio to lift the capsule. God damn it. Okay, well, we figured that one out. So now we'll save it and we'll just test it. Should be set now. Okay. Time is it in England right now? Here in the USA, it's 1:24 p.m. It is 9:30, so I'll probably test this, have a quick break to go get myself another beer, and then we'll be off. Off to the moon. That is definitively not enough thrust. I mean, I don't really mind that it blows itself up. That I can deal with, but it not being enough thrust, that's not gonna work. Drunk Juno. Yeah, hardly drunk Juno after 2 beers. 2 330ml beers as well. Okay. That seems comical, but might work. Yeah, that might be fine. Honestly, we don't need as much mass here as we've got. Like, they don't need to burn for that long. They just need to get us away from the craft. They're much bigger engines now, so maybe that'll be enough. Let's try that. If that doesn't work, then we might just scrap the launch escape system because we don't have big enough, powerful enough rocket boosters yet. Not inebriation. They're suggesting that you imbibe. What does that mean? My favorite KSP save file is just called Drunk Spaceflight. Isn't that a stream series that N9 does? Drunk KSP. I swear it is. Okay. Yay! We have a launch escape system. Heck yeah. Oh, not good for paddleboards though. Yeah. I might put the parachutes and everything on a second. Oh, like if I use activation group 2, have that separate everything else and activate the parachutes, then boom, then we've got a good launch escape system on our hands, I reckon. Okay, abort, and we've got parachutes. And then if we, so we'll want to get rid of that, and then activate those. In case we do need to do a pad abort. I mean, we don't need to do an abort because this is Juno and engines don't fail, but it's a bit of fun, isn't it? A bit of fun. Matt Lown doesn't drink. Matt Lown sucks. Matt Lown does drink. He literally does live whiskey tasting sessions on his streams. He drinks much harder stuff than I do. He's a bit of a whiskey connoisseur. I say that. He's a connoisseur of, like, supermarket whiskey. He's not actually, like, a whiskey snob. Which just makes me like him more, honestly. Right. Pad abort. Parachutes. Oh! Okay. Well. Did that interstage even detach? I think it did. I think it was just sort of stuck to the top of the craft. Okay, well, you know, good enough. Let's just hope we don't have to do a pad abort. It'll be fine. I'm absolutely a snob. I'm a skinny middle-class white guy that drinks mead. Wonderful. Okay, this is our interstage, right? Yeah, interstage. Yeah, okay. It should have detached. I guess it did detach, but we just didn't have time to actually see them separate. But that, I believe, is good enough. So I'm going to have a very, very quick break. I'm going to launch this out to the pad. And then we're going to go rescue our dude. We're going to go rescue Yuri from the moon. From Brigo, I should say. I keep saying the moon as if True only has one. It has 3. We're going to go rescue our boy Yuri. I will see you in about 5 minutes. And we're back! Fresh beer in hand! And we are going to launch some little spacemen to the moon. One of the moons. I need to keep correcting myself. Right, for our space capsule, we've got a little bit of room in there for Yuri. That's going to be nice and cozy. This is the smallest, lightest possible capsule that could actually carry both of them. I just realised, where's all the electricity we got in this thing? Okay, about 1,000 watt-hours. It seems got RCS. I'm going to reduce this gyroscope to like 25%. It's like a last resort because we've got electric powered engines, and I don't know that we have like batteries really anywhere. So I was told I wouldn't really notice the power draw. We'll see if the person who said that is a liar or not. But I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do this thing. Let's go rescue our boy. Central Assembly, Mauritian Freehold, or Frontier Union? Is that a Templar Institute thing? I think it was the Frontier Union. Is that Templar Institute? Am I thinking of the right thing? Action Group 1 is turned on by default currently. Not anymore, it's not. I turned it off. You're old news, buckaroo. The Nations of the... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was confusing it with I think, Stellaris Invicta. From... the Templar Institute. Frontier Union, though. I was like, one of those is my favorite, but I can't remember why. Yeah, that's as good a place to focus the camera as any. Okay. Let's do this. I forgot the first stage. Whoops. I was so confident. Let's do this. We're gonna rescue our boy. Just blew the rocket up on the pad. Okay. Let's do this. Take two. Let's forget that happened. Brigo. Select Brigo. Yeah, let's target that boy. A little Death Star boy. We're coming for you, Yuri. We're coming. We're gonna go rescue you. Don't you worry, your little Yuri head. Okay. Right, take two. Not the publisher, but of the launch. We need to activate these engines individually, and then... blast off, baby! Hell yeah. Do we have gimbal on these engines? I don't know. We don't need gimbal if we do have gimbal. And that was a waste of mass and money because we have these fins. I think we disabled the gimbal. But I feel like I see them wiggling. Yeah, those absolutely have gimbal. Okay, well, whatever. Makes our life a little bit easier, I suppose, but we could definitely remove them on the next flight. Just to sea level. There we go. This looks considerably less janky than our previous lunar lander. Its side tanks and everything. This is much more elegant. If having gimbal does mean that our gravity turn is much cleaner. We're in for about 120 kilometer orbit. I want to throw back these engines a little. Go 60%. A bit of a toasty ascent there. We're okay. Very powerful first stage. You just need a little kick from that second stage, and then most of it's going to be spent doing the TLI. Should be almost out of fuel. We've still got a little bit more. Okay, I guess we're doing a 200 kilometer orbit. I didn't really pitch down more than I did. Right, so now we should be able to very comfortably lose the launch escape system. Nice. And free ourselves from the shackles of that rocket. Perfect. And there we go! We're in orbit. First step. Well, not quite orbit. We're in space. But, you know. Good enough. What's this? What's this orbit here? Is this the rescue mission? Oh no. It's Trevorika 267. Is that like a stage from a previous mission? Oh no, that's the launch escape system. It's the launch. I was like, what is that? Like, what is that thing there? That's the launch escape system. Of course it is. We just fly it off. That's a bit of fun. Okay. What I want to test now is, well, first of all, where is our actual apparatus? There it is. Maneuver nodes! Is it planned burn? Aha! This is familiar. Ah, oh, there we go. I'm much more at home now. We've got maneuver nodes, everybody. Thank goodness for that. Nice little circularization burn. We need to really have our pyrosis be quite that high. We can go from like 100 and 150. That's good enough. Oh, you can actually, you got like precise maneuver in here by default, which is nice. Yeah, lovely. That makes life easier, doesn't it? Check that out. That's cool. And you can adjust the sensitivity and everything. You got like the precise maneuver toggles. Beautiful. I love little quality of life things like that. This world gives Juno the edge over stock KSP for me. Ah, and the X isn't within the maneuver as well, so you've got to like really fiddle and accidentally move it when you try and click the X. The X is off out here. It really looks like they've taken a look at like KSP's UI and gone, how can we make that less awful. So I'm very used to it now, but... Is that delete it or does that close it? That deletes it. Okay, well, now we found out. It was what, 145.5? 146.5. Yeah, there we go. So that's our planned burn. What's the button just to focus back on our spacecraft? That's what I'd quite like to know. So can we see our maneuver? Trajectory. Where do we see our maneuver info? I know that's I assume that's our maneuver node there that we can target. But how do we know like how long it is? Is it in the details? Does it tell us? Planned burn. Burn time. Ah, here we go. 1.6 minutes. How do we know our time to planned burn? It's not on our trajectory. Am I blind? Do we have a countdown timer? Or am I an idiot? I mean, both can be true. So a planned burn there. How do we bring it up on the flight info panel? That's what I want to know. How do we get the info up? That's flight info. Options? No, it's not in there. Is there any way to see it from the flight panel? Or is it just the map view? Pin on the map screen. So if you pin it... Ah! If you pin it, then you can see it here. Okay, I didn't realize the pin went across to the other screen. Okay. Cool. So you pin it from the map view, and it carries across. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, perfect. Right. Let's get ourselves lined up on this here maneuver. That's close enough. Time warp. Okay, arrival time. It didn't have... Oh, it's NA for the burn time. So it says 1.6 minutes roughly, so... It is nice that it just gives you it in decimals. You don't get the minutes and the seconds like you do in KSP, so it's very easy to just divide by 2. Oh, never mind. I stand corrected. That makes things a bit more awkward, doesn't it? Okay, well, I take back everything that I said. Ah, and there is a select player sort of button. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so 1.6 minutes is about 1.5 minutes. So you want to start burning at about 45 seconds. So we want to start burning about now. Does it auto lock when you start the burn? I wonder. And there we have it. Can you guys see this okay? I feel like it's a little bit dark, isn't it? For the spacecraft. I might up the ambient light in the game a little bit. Ambient light. In space. Let's try 200%. Is that... I feel like we can really up it quite a bit, honestly. Like, all the way up to 280 is probably fine. So that you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, I think that's better. Duh! I pressed the space bar to... Okay. But yeah, now I see the rocket. Yeah, I think that's... So what if it's dark to the night side? Well, yeah, okay. It's realistic, sure, but people also need to see the stream. That might be nice. It's fine. I quick saved, guys. We're good. Okay. That was me. A lot of me figuring out how the maneuver nodes work because I haven't used them before, so it's fine. Planned burn. 146.5. Bada bing, bada boom. Pin it across to here. Translate across to our maneuver, and we'll do it a little bit faster this time. Black screen is good. Now, I'll keep it so that you guys can actually see what I'm doing. It makes it a little more interesting to watch when you can actually see that I'm steering a spacecraft. Right. Here we are. So, burn time, 1.6 minutes. So yeah, about 45 seconds-ish. Beforehand. Oh, we went a little over. That's fine. Here we are! Getting ourselves into orbit. Yeah, it does auto-lock it when you start the burn. Okay, perfect. We can close the orbit info, put that up there, and keep the flight info down here. We don't really need a lot of this stuff. We can just keep the trajectory. Don't need the autopilot open either. Trajectory and the fuel is all we really need. Can we move these? No, not quite. Okay, that's fine. Still looking a little dark on the stream. I'm just going to whack the space ambient light up to max. So just because YouTube going to YouTube, really. I reckon increasing the ambient light at night would probably increase it further. Oh no, that's just on the surface below us. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep that 130. So yeah, just so you guys can see what I'm doing, because otherwise, you know, YouTube does not do well, you know, with the compression and the low bit rate. Tends to really not do well with dark video. So it's hard to tell what's going on for some folks. Why did our engine cut out? We ran out of battery. Great. We ran out of battery. It's got plenty of fuel. We were saying fuel. No, look, it's 91% fuel. Ran out of battery. Well, that's the electric engines for you. I guess we need some batteries on each stage. Oh, yeah. O is right. Thank you. I can read a readout. So our rescue mission got stranded. Okay. We can undo and exit this flight. That's fine. Right. Where does it show, like, how much electricity a thing's going to use? And also, do we even have batteries as a thing that we can just plonk on, or do we have to use command disks? 'Cause it's irritating if we have to use command disks. Please tell me. Or is that something we've got to unlock? Static electricity. Ah! 8 points for a battery pack? Because God damn it. Okay, we need this. We need that. So we've got to do a plane thing. How'd you like rescue missions? I got a rescue mission for your rescue mission for a mission. Thank you, Corsaro. What would I do without your sass? Right. Let's do something that gives us 8 points. We can do an alley air race. 5, not enough. 5, 5. They're all 5. Give me more. Okay, I guess we'll just do 2. So where's this one? Cutting corners air race. Alley air race. I guess we'll do both of those. It's alright. We've got an aircraft that's very, very capable of doing that mission. It's called the Corsaro, after the sassy person himself. Alright, Sally. But Yuri? How are you in the craft? You're stranded in space. What? How much? How far back did it revert us? He's still on the moon. He gets Really? Can we actually teleport him back? Is that a bug? He's still on Brigo. So, how can we possibly launch a craft with Yuri in it? I do not know, actually, that was a joke. That's got to be a bug, right? Why happens if we launch it? Ah, he's not available. There you go. There you go. Okay. There we are. Okay. So it just auto-assigns someone who isn't available. That's fine. Okay. We thought we outsmarted them, but no. No, they know what they were doing. Okay. Let's do a couple of little air races and get some more tech points. Get those battery packs. Everyone started atting Pedro again. We thought we had them, but not quite. Not quite. Okay. Which one's the cutting corners air race? Is that one back over at the village pad? Or is that one here too? Yeah, that one's back at the village. Okay, that's fine. That's good. They're in different places. Cool. Alley air race. We've done this one before, so should be simple enough. We can do it again. Off we go. We do with our pitch trim. Where's my microphone is creeping into the stream shot there. Move that back out again. Okay, let's do this thing. Our little MiG-21. We've got a lot of inspiration from Soviet technology, haven't we? We've got a little LK lander and MiG-21. Turn off the autopilot. There we go. This thing does not need autopilot. It is above such things. It flies so beautifully. I love that the start checkpoint is you buzzing the tower. How close can we get? Meow. There we go. The other one's called the Cutting Corners Air Race, but crikey, this one's got some sharp turns in it. Yeah, I really did think that like there was some kind of bug there, because Yuri just didn't pop up before, like when we were launching the mission, so he wasn't in there, so I didn't realize that was a thing. They could appear in there as unavailable. We might cut the engine a little bit here and just lose some speed because we're going a little bit Beggars Canyon back home right now. Which I guess is the point of this air race, but woo! I love this plane. That's why I use it at least once every stream. We really did do a good... I know I say it a lot, but I did a good job designing this plane. It's just nailed all of these air race contracts. Cost so many tech points. Ooh! Oh. Ah! I tapped the wrong button. I was trying to buzz the mountain. I was trying to like, yeah, I got too confident. Got too confident. I was trying to go like Maverick style over the top of the mountain, and yeah, just lost it. I like to take that thing and do detailing on it. I mean, the MiG-21 don't really have that much in terms of like detailing on the outside of it. Like, it is this flush, smooth metal fuselage. Obviously, it's got some stuff more around the engines and everything, but yeah, detailing's not really my thing. Not very good at it. I've never been an artist. Music artist, yes, but artist or 3D modeler. Obviously, I did a bit of CAD at uni, but yeah, I don't really have an eye for this sort of stuff. I get the gear bays and stuff real nice. Oh yeah, of course, instead of having the gear sort of tucked underneath. I mean, we haven't unlocked the landing gear bay yet. That is something that we unlock later in the tech tree. So them being folded up against the fuselage, like, we can add those later. We don't really have the parts for it yet. Oh, what? We definitely went through that one. That's fine, we'll do a little loop-de-loop. I feel like we're going to hit the ground here. Ooh. Oh! Yeah. Okay, I'll stop messing about. We'll actually focus on doing this. There's a part for it, but I don't really like it. Prefer doing custom gear. Okay. I was too busy reading the chat instead of flying the plane. Let's actually take this seriously instead of flying into mountains. Okay. Last time. We'll get ourselves those things. We'll add all the battery packs. I mean, hopefully it says in the designer somewhere, and I just didn't see it, like how much electricity the engine actually uses, how much sort of fuel it needs. I mean, maybe once you've unlocked battery as a fuel type, maybe it'll automatically. So I'll tell you, I don't know. So what would happen if the IAF USAF shared a captured MiG-21 with Dassault? The engine a little bit for the Beggars Canyon section. There we go. Canopy is a bit large. Yeah, the canopy is large, but I just use the default canopy section. Again, it's just like vaguely inspired by rather than replica of. Same with our little quote unquote. I was about to do the quotes with my hands and then realize I'm flying a plane and that would not be wise. Well, a quote-unquote LK Lander. Like, just inspired by the rough design of it, but again, just using the in-game parts, adding a little bit of paint, and then getting it looking cute enough, but still not adding all the detailing of the actual thing. Okay, here we go. Let's not throw it all away at the finish line this time. We'll give the mountain plenty of room. And we'll just fly through the checkpoint. I can't really be bothered to go in for the landing. We'll go in for the landing in a second. Gonna be quite close to the ground for it, but that was maybe a little bit too close to the ground. Okay, I should probably spend a second or two setting my trim up here. It's alright, I made a quick save. On that last... Yeah, you got the checkpoint. Yeah, I just also smeared Sally Ride into a fine paste. There we go, got the trim set up now, so I don't have to keep sort of tapping. It gives me much finer control over the aircraft. There we go. Okay. And voila! There we go. Need to take the time to set the trim up, that was all. So we're just going to do one more around the Juno village. And then we can unlock the batteries. And then we can finally launch our rescue mission. I thought these new engines seemed too good to be true. Of course, yeah, you need a whole bunch of batteries. We could do what Rocket Lab actually does, where they actually decouple the batteries, but I highly doubt we need the mass savings of that. See, the Electron's such a teeny tiny little rocket that it makes sense to do that. Whoa, whoa. Okay, we actually tried to land a bit too fast for the chutes. We need to go around again, actually. Let's just stall the plane. Oh, okay, we may need a little bit of engine power there. There we go, we're alright. We're alright. We didn't quite stall it, though, not far off. I mean, it's one way to land an aircraft. Land might be a generous term. Ah, come on! This landing gear. Okay, we'll just land it nearby. Good enough. Whoop! That's a thing. Whoop! Okay, I guess we're taking off again. Oh my god! Just can this plane just land? For the love of God! Okay, we'll just land it nearby. We'll just land it nearby. I can't be bothered to land it on the runway. We'll just aim for a spot in the middle. War Thunder type landing approach. Yeah. I'm just too impatient. Because I didn't want to be doing this. I wanted to be doing my rescue mission. Realizing we need to unlock something else in the tech tree is just kind of mean this is taking much longer than it should. Because I'm impatient. I would rather be doing my rescue mission about now. Oh, close enough. That's basically a runway. It's a salt flat. Oh my god. Stop taking off again. Stop. There we go. Perfect. Cool. Wonderful. There we are. Bada bing, bada boom. Recover craft. Yes. Beardy, see my name. Translate it. Google Translate. Auto detect. Corsaro. Corsair. In Italian. You didn't tell me what language it is. I have no idea what your name means. For some reason we have 67 tech points now. That seems like far more than we should have. Where did we get those from? Huh? Did we get like a base number of them from... Volante is the key part. Oh, Flying Corsair. Okay. Some kind of achievement perhaps, people are saying? Maybe. Money spent? It may well have been money spent. Quite possibly. Or for oh, fulfilled contracts. Yeah, we got 50 tech points for that. 50 fulfilled contracts. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, that makes life a bit easier. Let's get ourselves those battery packs. Perfect. And we can't unlock anything else in the tree, so we're going to leave it at that. Okay. At long last. Trevorika 2. And then these upper stages need batteries. So, how do we know how much battery it actually needs? What guide is there to how much battery it needs? Because I genuinely don't know. Like what its power usage is. We do the minimum, 181 kilowatt hours. I mean, okay, how much is in this? This has got 182. And that wasn't enough for this. That was enough for this to do like a tiny proportion of its burn. So, yeah, like, is that enough? Like, where does it tell us what its power usage would be? Ooh, can do different grooves. That's fun. I might remove the grooves on our upper stage engines. I know I'm getting sidetracked, but I'm waiting for people to have any suggestions. Don't have any suggestions about the battery packs? More of a plain boat replica builder than a rocket engineer. I'm just like the info has got to be here somewhere, right? But I don't see spill time. Power usage. Here we go. Amount of electricity the engine is using. But not like the total amount for the stage. Can we have the burn time of the stage, I suppose? And then just multiply that? I mean, that works, doesn't it? I guess I just need a calculator. Okay. Right. So it's 43.2 kilowatts times 15.9 minutes, but that's as a fraction of an hour because it's in kilowatt hours. So we need a total for this stage of 11.441 kilowatt hours. That doesn't seem right. $43.2. Oh, watts is per second. I'm an idiot. So it's... This is how many seconds in a minute. Yeah, people saying, yeah, it's watts. People saying watts, not kilowatts. No, this is absolutely in kilowatts. It's here. Or is that this one in watts? No, this one's in kilowatt hours too. No, I just forgot a watt is a joule per second, right? No, but then again, you times it by the number of hours, right? No. So I was right. Yeah. So it's the fraction of an hour, which is 15.9 over 60. So it should be 11.5 kilowatt hours. Right? So we don't need that much at all. That seems way too little. Because you had this much. And we ran out last time. Kilowatt hours is a dumb unit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, I remember making mistakes in school because kilowatt hours are such a stupid unit of energy. But it's using a kilowatt for an hour, so you times the number of kilowatts by the number of hours. So with this being 43.2 kilowatts, and we're not using it for even a single whole hour, it should be less than that. So I mean, this should be plenty. Okay, let's make this tiny. I mean, 75, that should be more than enough battery power. And then we do the next stage. I mean, if anything, that's enough for 2 stages, so we could just slap that on the next stage, actually. It doesn't really need to be on that stage. You can put it on this one. Unless it can't use the power from the higher stages, actually. That's a fair point. Can it use power from... Does it act like the rest of the fuel where it can't use it from higher up in the rocket? Is that why it ran out last time? Should be using only a little battery. Do we have a little battery pack thing? I swear we do now. Yeah, we do. Okay. We actually need to put tiny little batteries on the side of this then, I reckon. Yeah. Okay. How much is installed in one of these? 4.3 kilowatt hours. Okay, so we need about 12. We'll go for 12 to be safe, so we'll put 6 in each. We'll have 1 on each side. Oh, yeah, okay. So that makes life a lot easier. So let's put this rocket back together. Is our staging absolutely screwed now? Yeah, we'll just load the craft just in case it did screw our staging. Okay, cool. So put this grid size back to 0.5. Let's slap battery packs on this thing. That's more than enough power. We have 2 of those, 1 on each side. Okay, so we got 2 on that one. And then this engine here should have a lower power. Okay, it doesn't. I guess it's the same size engine? I don't know. I also don't care. We'll just duplicate these. Actually, no, it doesn't burn as long, does it, in this stage? What's the burn time of this stage? It's not stage 1. Stage 2, isn't it? 11 point... so it burns for less time? Okay. So 11.3 minutes. So it only needs 8 and a bit kilowatt hours. So we'll put like 4.5 on each side. Wait, were we doing all tanks in set? We were. Oh, we were doing all the tanks on the entire vehicle. That explains that. Okay. So we need 6 from this. So that needs to be a little bit stretched. Yeah, that's enough. Then we need like 4 and a bit from this one. We'll go 4.5. So we're not quite doing a Rocket Lab of detaching the batteries, but we're putting the batteries per stage, so we might as well be. Okay, cool. I was going to actually think about putting it underneath the stage, but I thought no, it's just easier to just attach it to the sides. Okay, and then after that we fire those 3 engines, which should each have power usage of something similar. What's your power usage? 4.8 kilowatts, but we've got 3 of them, so we need 4.8 times 3 times how long does this burn? Where's our burn time? Here we go. Times 13.9. 14 over 60. We need about 3.5 kilowatt hours. This one we absolutely can just put the battery packs in here. That itself is enough, so we'll shrink that down. 1.86, sure, that's plenty. And we'll have 2 of those. And we'll move it Z position, next position. And there we go. Right, that should be golden. We have ourselves a rocket. So total battery storage on the entire damn thing. You got 25 kilowatt hours, right? So fine. And then we got a bunch more storage in this one up here. At least I thought we did. Oh, previous. Okay, so you were right. So when you said watt hours, not kilowatt hours, you were talking about this, what it was previously reading. We only have a few watt hours stored in the command pod. So that I was looking at it being like, oh, we should have had plenty. No, we had 182 watt hours, not kilowatt hours. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. Got too distracted by the stream. Now my tea is cold. It's so over. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. I felt that as a British man. Okay. Let's do this thing. We want Essa to go help. Yeah, make sure Sally's not in so we have room to pick up someone else. Here we go. Here we go. This time with feeling. We're actually finally gonna rescue Yuri. I'm determined to do this. Okay. Yeah, I misunderstood someone's comment on the stream earlier. They said watt hours, not kilowatt hours. They were talking about how much storage was in the vehicle. Not the power usage of the engine. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I didn't activate them both at the same time. I think it'll be alright. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. This time we sure don't need another simulation. No. Be alright. Right, we know this rocket can get to space just fine, so... Let's just sort of speed run this time. You can activate things while paused. That is good to know, because you can't do that in KSP, so I think I've just been using my KSP muscle memory. Probably should have bound the launch escape system to its own action group, just to get rid of it earlier. We don't have enough stages, but... we could have just fired that off before this main stage has finished burning. We throttle back that main engine. Slightly more vertical ascent trajectory this time. So we can have a slightly smoother gravity turn with a little bit less fire. They fixed these square stars in the latest update. I say latest update, it's a beta at the moment. Did they actually finally fix the square stars? They've got a whole new skybox. And there we are. We can ditch that launch escape system. Et voila! Not quite orbit, but not far off. Okay. Little burn, just gets into orbit. Okay, it wasn't quite as efficient an ascent trajectory. We're having to do a bigger burn to actually get ourselves into orbit there, which isn't ideal. The episode starts at 130, right? 135. Yeah, I mean, that ascent actually cost us about 100 meters per second. Over 100 meters per second of delta V of having a worse ascent. I reckon it would still be fine, though. We've got plenty of delta V for this mission. Okay. How long's our burn? Burn time 2.5 or 2.8 minutes this time. Yeah, wow, we did a really crappy ascent, didn't we? I'm not going to revert it at this point in time, though. I think we'll be fine. So we need to start 1.9 minutes beforehand. Not 1.9. Like, it's been a long week. 1.4 minutes beforehand. My brain is frazzled by all the real engineering I actually do every day. Okay, here we go. Our sensors make for Hydrolox engines to continue to have a bright blue exhaust up into the upper atmosphere and space. I honestly couldn't tell you, isn't it being blue, like the reaction itself? It doesn't really have much to do with the surrounding atmosphere. But I don't know, I assume it makes sense to still be blue. Why wouldn't it be? I haven't really thought about it. Let's see why the plume color would change. Alright, we can speed this up a little bit. Get ourselves into orbit. And set ourselves heading to Brigo. Okay, so we lost a little bit of delta V there because our ascent wasn't optimal. But we're in orbit nonetheless. Okay. So if we set Brigo as our target, we still have plenty of delta V to get there and get into orbit. So now we actually have maneuver nodes. Hopefully we can do it a little bit more efficient of a transfer. So we can figure out when the best time to launch is. I like that it focuses on the maneuver when you create it sort of by default. It's nice. Okay. Need to figure out when we want to burn to this thing. So Brigo's going to be out there. Which is when it's, yeah, not exactly well aligned with our orbit. Oh, why is our orbit so inclined? It's like really badly inclined. Okay, we're gonna have to meet this at our ascending node. Whenever it crosses Brigo's orbit. It's even further around the planet than that. Crikey. Did I just lock it? Unlock it. Give me my node back. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. How do I put this onto the next orbit? How do I move this? Like forward in orbit. Do you right click on it? Can you go forward in orbit? Surely. Can you not? No. You got to be able to put it forward in orbit. I wish it stopped auto-locking the damn thing, though. It's getting really irritating. So I'm trying. I know it's because we're getting close to it, but I'm trying to move it and change it. Does anyone know if you can move a maneuver node forward in orbit? Like, plan for further in the future? Can you not do that? No way. Ah, found it. There it is. Found it. We found it. Okay, we got it. I'm just blind. So I'm just too used to KSP and looking where KSP would have put that control. We got it in the end. Okay. I want to get this just intersecting the orbit at the apoapsis. We can reduce that a little bit. Oh, a little bit too much. To bring the sensitivity down. About like 70%. That's good. Okay. And then let's wait. There we go. Well, that seems to put us into a pretty decent orbit. 93 kilometers. I mean, this one crashes us into it. So I don't think the closest approach info is entirely accurate. Does this show our planned trajectory around it if I select Brigo? Can I see the trajectory around? Like, can I focus on Brigo and see it around it? Or does it not work like that? I don't know how to do that. How do I view the trajectory? Plan burn. No, I just want to select Brigo. Okay, so we can't see the patched conics of the maneuver around it. It seems, unless there's something you can enable for. Patch conics are on unlock. Oh, of course they are. Of course, yeah, we haven't unlocked the patch conics yet, have we? Okay, that's fine. That's probably good enough. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. What player craft to next node? Well, let's quick save there. Arrival time 23 hours. So how much does this warp us by? Oh, crikey. Like, does that warp us to, like, within a few minutes of it? Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, cool. What was the estimated burn time? Oh, okay. It warps you directly to when that would be. So that's great. Right. Where's this maneuver? Here it is. And let's get this show on the road. So it was arrival time 5 minutes, and they recommend it's going to be about 12.5-minute burn. So I guess we start the burn now. Angle's a little wild, but that's all right. Here we go. We're off to see the Brigo, the wonderful Brigo of. Well, actually, off to see the Yuri, I suppose, would be a little more accurate. We'll have to rescue our boy. Right, do we have enough Delta V? This is a 1 kilometer per second burn. And our current stage Delta V. Yeah, okay. We're fine. We're well within our Delta V budget. This is our trans Brigo injection burn stage. So we're well within the budget. We're fine. I was a little worried after our ascent trajectory lost us 100 meters per second just off of me rushing to try and get this rescue done by the end of this stream. I had to lower the stream quality because your internet's dying. Sorry to hear that, Velociraptor. Yeah, it's like there's a few features in Juno. I've been like, oh, I don't like that. That's not a thing, and then quickly realized, oh, I just haven't unlocked it in the tech tree yet. Just the nature of career mode, I suppose. But yeah, now we have maneuver nodes. It's going to be a considerably more efficient burn than I just wait for Brigo to rise above the horizon and start burning until you get an encounter. Approach to maneuvers. How's our battery doing? Yeah, we're fine. Is it draining from all of them equally? Oh, it is. Okay, that shouldn't actually be the case. So if we set this one to drain and this one to drain, okay, it does work with symmetry. That's fine. I want you to fill those batteries. Oh, that's in set. Selected tank. Oh, okay. We don't do that. Selected tank. I want you to fill. And you to fill. I want you to empty. That's weird. The staging's like completely backwards. It's draining the ones nearer the top first. Like it shouldn't be doing that. Again, I wish there was a way you could hide these indicators. Like you could set them filling and draining and then just leave it. And just like hide them in the UI. Because this is irritating. Because I want to leave that on, but I don't want to be looking at this. Is there no way to like to disable that? Doopy-doopy-doo, doopy-doopy-doopy-doopy-doo. Oh, focus camera on part is middle click. That's good to know. Nope, as far as I can see, there is no way to tweak that. Pedro, if you're watching. Yeah, because it's nice to not have to look at the big number. Like, I want to leave it draining and then just go back to my mission, you know? Or at least be able to drag them off to one side, but... Ah, well, it's fine. Fine, I suppose. Alright, let's finish this burn. That'd be a nicer shot if we didn't have these giant percentage markers in front of us. Right. Almost there. Do we have our close approach? Oh, we do! It doesn't seem to get more accurate than that. So... Okay, 60 kilometers it is, I suppose. Right, let's just disable these battery things. So I don't have to look at them anymore. Like, if I wanted that info, how percentage they are, I would just bring up the tank, right? Nice, you can minimize it to a little circle pie chart as well as hide it completely. Yeah, I mean, just because if I wanted to see that information, I could open it here. Maybe have a little toggle here. You could toggle that view on, so you don't have to have these windows open. But I don't care. Like, I'll set the tanks draining. I want to just leave it and look at my spaceship. That's one thing that, yeah, I really don't like. I don't like it at all. But I digress. I digress. Ah, we are going to hit Brigo, it seems. And now we're going to narrowly miss it. Cool. We'll go with that. That's as decent as an approach as any. Cool. Off we go. Farewell, Drew. We're off to go rescue our dude. Kind of cute looking spacecraft though. I'm still pretty happy with it. Right. Hello, Brigo. The Drew dude. The Druid, you could even say. It's almost like that's what they're called. Okay, so periapsis needs raising a bit. We'll probably keep the orbit inclination as it is. It gives us lots of landing options. So we have to wait till Yuri comes around to about here. What the heck is this spacecraft doing? It's just tumbling. Okay, that's fine. We want to lock it on our radial vector. Let's keep an eye on our monopropellant usage because we don't have a huge amount of it. Yeah, maybe could have done with a bit of a bigger monopropellant tank, but I reckon we'll be alright. The gyroscopes are good enough for most of our use cases. Okay. Go for a 30-kilometer orbit. That'll be close enough. There we are. I believe you can plan burn at periapsis. Yeah, okay, the fact that you can just create a burn exactly on the periapsis, I like that. That's nice. That's real cool. Okay, Yuri. Don't you worry, we're coming. Because like in KSP, you gotta like do that little dance to try and get the node exactly on the periapsis, and it's really irritating. I'll lower this sensitivity a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, cool. Do this thing. So that's 2.6 minutes. So 1.3 minutes beforehand, we'll be doing our burn. Again, just going to be a little bit more sparing on the RCS. In fact, turn it off completely and use the gyros, which we do have. Get a little bit easier to use the gyros once we've got rid of this big old transfer stage, but we don't have a huge amount of fuel left in that, so should be fine. I mean, this entire stage was meant for our orbital insertion and landing, so it gives us a lot more wiggle room to change our orbital inclination if we decide we need to. Alright, that's good enough. Hello, Brigo. We have come to land on you. Don't mind us. Looks like the Artemis 1 launch, and the exhaust does indeed stay blue, though it does turn purple in the upper atmosphere, which might be because of the cameras. Might be turning purple because of the changing sun angle as it orbits and experiences sunset. Yeah, I mean, the color comes from the chemical reaction. I have no idea why it would ever change. Like the exhaust, like most of the reaction has already happened by the time it hits the air. It's the color of the exhaust gases, the exhaust products. If most of the reaction hadn't happened yet, then you'd have a very, very inefficient engine. Okay, let's do this. Quite a cute little lander design we got here. I mean, this is more the kind of thing that I would have wanted to be my first Brigo mission, really. But we just didn't have the technology, and I wasn't patient enough. I'm quite chuffed with how this little guy turned out. What's my favorite launch vehicle? Ooh, that's a tough one. Where's my burn info? It's got me the... I haven't got like the little window that tells me how long it would be. How long until my... It has the delta V, but it hasn't got the little like thing that ticks down. Oh, okay, strange. Right, that's that one gone. Next stage. Just get a quick save in case I screwed the staging up. There we go. But kerosene fuels, where most of the colour of the exhaust is from residuals reacting with atmospheric oxygen, the higher you get, the exhaust it gets. Yeah, okay, so the thing about kerosene, though, is that your combustion efficiency is not amazing. That's why you get, like, black, sooty smoke coming out of the F1 engine. It's a lot of uncombusted fuel. And obviously you don't run at a perfect stoichiometric ratio, so, you know, even a hydrogen engine runs fuel-rich. So I guess you will have a certain amount of the hydrogen reacting. Let's just lock that. Spinning around. Reacting with the air, I suppose. But again, the hydrogen reacting with oxygen in the air, and the oxidizer is oxygen. So I think unless you use a different oxidizer, maybe? Even then, I don't know. Chemistry is not my area of expertise. But yeah, hydrogen, like hydrolox engines did have a very, very good combustion efficiency. Same with metalox as well. It's one of the reasons metalox is so attractive as a rocket propellant combination, because the combustion efficiencies you can achieve are insane. So much better than... Ah, that's how we see the planned burn. It's because I swapped back to myself. Interesting. So you've got to be focused on the burn to see the burn time and everything. Okay, good to know. Good to know, I suppose. Chemistry is cringe. Chemistry is based. But technically. Technically it is based. Ah, ha ha ha. Comedy. I'm here all night. Right. Coming for you, Yuri. Gonna come rescue you. Right. Let's time warp around. Oh, we're actually in a retrograde orbit. I did not notice that. Okay. That maybe makes life a little more difficult? No, it should be fine. We're not going to land when we're on the terminator, so we're going to wait till Yuri goes all the way around. Oh, look at that. Minus crater. That's where we want to go in future. Okay. Here we are. Quick save in case we screw this up. So, I guess we're going to descend on this one, otherwise we're going to miss him, I suppose. I mean, we can quick save now and see if he flies under the orbit tracker, or if the next orbit... Okay, no, I think the next orbit is the one to go for. Yeah, this is going to be way closer. Okay, yeah, this is the one. Okay, I forgot that we were on a retrograde orbit, so we're going to lose a little bit of delta V on that. I just didn't realise. Probably should have. Whoa, we are really close to Luna right now. Like, really close. Good proximity. I'm not sure that bodies quite this large should be able to orbit quite this close to each other. But what do I know? It's not like I have a degree in this stuff. To be fair, I have a degree in spacecraft orbital mechanics, not necessarily celestial bodies, so I really don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Right. I have no real good ballpark for when we should start our descent burn here. I'm a guess like... I don't know, last time we started burning, what, like 50, 60 kilometers before? When we started the burn? I mean, that's... If I put a planned burn there, so that's 4.5 minutes away. Sort of rule of thumb is usually... So that's right above, 4.2. Rule of thumb is sort of like 2.2. So about there is when we want to start burning. That's a real rough rule of thumb, though. I haven't used this spacecraft before. No, I don't want Trevorika 2. I want the burn. Give me the burn. Why won't it let me select the burn? Who knows? Anyway, let's set this on surface mode, not target mode, and retrograde. And let's begin our descent. So we're starting at about 60 kilometers out. I think we may have waited a little too long actually, because this is quite a low thrust to weight ratio engine. But we'll see. You can let me delete that node now? Why can't I delete it? Oh, there it is. There we go. Just can focus on it. Probably don't need that RCS on just yet. We are a little limited on our... For a second I was like, oh, our RCS is all gone! There was, oh no, it's fine, that's the interstage. We're fine. We've got a good amount of RCS left. Okay. Okay, no, I think I started burning it about the right time, actually. Good old eyeballing rule of thumb. You've done me proud once again. Right, we actually want to start burning... Oh, no, not that way. We want to burn towards Yuri, which is the other way. Ooh, a bit too much. But yeah, more like that. Correct our trajectory. So we head a little more over towards him. We got the Delta V to spare. Okay, then back to... the retrograde. Okay, we're heading pretty much directly towards him. We're going to try and land like just past him because he's obviously right next to the mountain. So we want to land in this sort of flat area over here. I think we might have eyeballed this absolutely perfectly. I'm not going to lie. We've got the Delta V to spare, famous last words. I mean, we really do. Let's have a little look. Yeah, we got 2.4 kilometers a second. Like, we have loads. We really do have loads. We might have nailed this. Nice. That's just in this stage. So this is our landing stage. We can always abort and launch back into orbit with this one, but obviously I'd rather not do that. Okay, we're going to cut the engine there because we don't want to lose too much more velocity. We want to make sure we actually get to our boy Yuri and not land short. In fact, I think we may well land short with our current trajectory. We're going to quick save there. And I'm going to boost us a little. Like, just get rid of some of the vertical velocity. And extend that trajectory a little further. Just a little further past him so we make sure we land in this sort of flat area of terrain. We don't want to repeat the same mistake as last time. That looks pretty good. We're going to go for that. So we're going to decouple this stage at the very last moment. Hopefully not hitting Yuri with it. But I mean, damn, we're like pretty much directly overhead now. So we can definitely... there we go. Yeah, okay, we're in a nice flat area. So let's get rid of all that lateral velocity. And bring her on down. I want to keep an eye on how much RCS we're using. Obviously, the thing is, Juno can obviously turn into a whole bunch of windows with numbers all across your screen, but I do like that it gives you the options of having access to all that information. So it's a little bit irritating that, like, right when you get near the ground, you have to decouple, activate another stage, and then land. But you know, that's the nature of the LK landing system, unfortunately. Okay, let's get traveling a little bit more towards Yuri himself. Oh, I just realised I think I burned it completely the wrong way there. Oh no, no, I am burning the right way. So more sort of... sort of that direction. Just trying not to use too much monopropellant. We have quite limited supplies of it. Definitely could have slapped more monopropellant on. It was more like this look of the vehicle that I was worried about rather than actual Delta V requirements. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty close to him now. Definitely within walking distance. We don't need to get too much closer. I think we need to just be more concerned now about actually landing. So we have plenty of fuel. Just gonna cut the engine and take a little quick save because we're on a good approach. We have a much better thrust to weight ratio than we had last time we tried to land. We were landing with like crappy little pressure fed engines before. So now we actually have pump-fed engines. Life is a little bit easier. Okay, we're rapidly approaching the ground now. So we're going to start slowing ourselves. Oh, there we go. We can start to see the terrain. Let's see if we can do this first try. That would be cool if we can. Okay, let's slow that velocity. I want to be heading pretty much directly vertical. There we go. Where's our lateral? There's our lateral. Okay, we got it. We're about 500 meters above the surface. I want to bring us to a complete stop. And then we're going to discard this stage because obviously we can't land on it. Whoa, what's happening? We did... What? I activated the next stage! What happened? What happened? I activated it. What? Why are we focused on this? What happened there? I activated the next stage. But the engines aren't on. No, they are activated. So what happened? Why are we controlling this? Huh? Why didn't the engines fire? They're activated. They have fuel. I hate this game. I hate this game. Yeah, drain the electricity from the top of the rocket. That is so dumb. That is so unbelievably dumb. Let's retarget Yuri. We know where we're landing. Can we clip in and... Yeah, we can. Okay. This is really stupid. Why can't I select this battery pack? Maybe you can select one but not the other one. What the... Oh. There we go. Fill the tank. What the heck is this thing doing? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just freeze for a minute. Let's just pause. And fill our batteries. How stupid is that? Crikey. Wait, can we do this while paused? Oh, we can do it while paused. Okay, you know what? That would make more sense if we just did that. Can you stage batteries or say which gets drained first? I mean, maybe you can. I guess I assumed it would do it per stage. It just didn't, I suppose. Right. At least we can do it while we're paused. Which does indeed make life easier. Okay. I want you to drain. You to also drain. We'll fill the batteries up, then we'll make another quick save, I reckon. There we go. Fill that one. Fill that one. And we're just going to hold attitude while that happens. Then there we go. Stop, 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 stop. There must be a like a priority you can order them in. But I guess I didn't know about it. Okay, there we go. I love how I was like, oh, wow, we're going to do this first try, and then just got screwed over by electric engines. Okay. Take two. I thought I'd messed the staging up or something. Like something really glaringly obvious. But no. No, it's something that I guess I wasn't used to, making sure that we actually had enough electric charge in the stage. Okay. Our lateral is pretty good. We're going to get within about 100 meters. Then we're going to decouple. That's good enough. Oh, get away from those rocks. Get away from the rocks. And touchdown. There we go. That's how we should have gone the first time. We got screwed over by not prioritizing our batteries. And there we go. We're within 1 kilometer of him. That's good enough for him to walk. He can walk to that. Nice. Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like we would have done that first try if it hadn't been for batteries. Which, to be fair, is something I've never had to contend with before with a space sim. So, obviously I've contended with batteries, but not battery-powered engines. How do I take control? Is it this one? Take control. Here we go. Right. Hey, Yuri. Need to target the Trevorica. There it is. Your rescue mission's here! At long last. We left him up there for quite a while. You're going to walk 1 kilometer. I mean, he walked a lot further up to the top of the mountain before, so he can manage a kilometer. Just a little stroll on Brigo. Yeah, people actually arrived in time for the landing. Yeah, hopefully not in time for the scuffed first landing because we ran out of electric charge. But not on the spacecraft, but just on the stage because it drained from like the upper stages first. Which I just kind of forgot about. Oh, also, when I mentioned that they should really have how much jetpack fuel they have on this window, yeah, Pedro realized that that was an oversight, and that has apparently been fixed in the next update. So my prayers were heard. I should maybe change parallax so that these smaller rocks don't have collisions, because walking across the surface is really irritating with the small rocks having collisions. Maybe wheeled vehicles would be better, but... How long was Yuri stranded? In-game time doesn't include all the failed tries and the designing time. He's probably been up here. He's been up here for a few days at least. How much jetpack fuel do you have? 22%. Ah, you can fly a little bit. We might actually have enough for him to actually fly back over. I take that back. He absolutely does not have enough. He has 3%. Things you can only tell how much fuel he has from this readout here. You can't actually just read it in a fuel readout on the Druid itself. But yeah, Pedro said that was just an oversight. But that's alright. We ran all the way up the mountain next to us to get some science points in the last stream. We can run a kilometer. See, the question is, on our lunar landing, which is what we're probably going to go for next, instead of Brigo, because I think our current vehicle's got more than enough Delta V to do that. Spacesuit probably would not have enough oxygen and power, so you would at least have to have your lander not explode. Well, it's a good thing we don't have any mods that add to that. I don't know if there are any life support mods for Juno. Are there? Does that exist? His modding scene is very good, but just very small. Imagine it wouldn't be too hard to implement. Add some custom resources and make the druids require some extra resources. Probably do it with some XML files, knowing Juno. There it is! Our ticket home! Our ticket home, my beloved. There's a communication mod that's cool. That is cool! I'm compiling a list of mods slowly because, you know, for all Drew kind equivalent is definitely on the way, but we want to explore the entire stock system first, as I've said many times. So I need to learn the game. I mean, even watching these streams, there's so many little things. I'm just like, how do I do this? Wow, they're missing this feature. Oh, wait, no, I just didn't see the button. Or it's locked because I haven't got the tech node for it yet. I can put a mod list of essential building mods in the Discord. Oh, please do. And anything like realism mod related, you know? Love to have a few of those. I know there's no like realistic career mode for RSS. I know that's possible. Someone just hasn't made it yet, but they've made it so you don't even need to like code. You just need to edit XMLs to do that. But I know that hasn't been made, but I don't really need that. I think once we've done this career mode, I'd be more interested in, instead of doing a career, like sort of, I guess, doing a career-esque thing, mission by mission by mission, but not being limited by the funding and the tech points and yada yada. And because the tech tree isn't perfectly paced, you can't. And like, particularly if you don't have much interest in the car stuff. I know it's changed a little bit with them adding bonus tech points if you do contracts with druids. That certainly helped a lot with me. When I was like, oh, I need just a couple more tech points. Okay, we'll just do a couple more contracts with a druid. Whereas before, we'd have to go fly the other side of the planet with an electric aircraft to get one of the milestones or something. You know, it's a bit harder to get the tech points. So you could sort of get a bit stuck for a while, tech-wise, if you didn't get the right techs in the right order. Yeah, I need to remove the collisions on these little rocks. That's what I'm probably going to do before the next stream. You can disable collisions on smaller things. I by default they're not on. I just wanted collisions with trees enabled, which is under the same setting. But it's enabled collisions with these tiny rocks, and that just makes navigating really irritating. But here we go! We've got our little rescue vessel. Actually, we can get our two druids out. We can get them out next to each other. That'd be a bit of fun. With their different coloured spacesuits. You are welcome for your rescue. Our spacecraft is having a little dance in the background. But don't you worry about that, Yuri. We're going to get you home safe and sound. Safe and sound. I like the shiny jetpack on the druid. I kind of forgot how the design would actually affect the druid as well. But damn, the spacesuit looks awesome in those colors, doesn't it? Looks really cool with the shiny jetpack. Would that Juno series be a probe only with reprogramming every mission? So not probe only, but every time there is just a probe, Visi only. That was what I was saying. Obviously, I need to learn how to play the game a bit better and learn how to use Visi before then. But if I had crew, then I would control it. At least control the spacecraft once it's in orbit, and like a lander like this. But other than that, probe missions would be fully automated. Well, on that bombshell, I think it's time we headed on home. So we'll get into orbit and then we'll figure out what we're doing about our return trajectory. Yeah, we're just getting ourselves into an orbit first. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, I need to have a slightly steeper angle than that. Ooh, a much steeper angle than that. We've got mountains in the way, which I did not see. This is gonna be really close if we miss them at all. Oh, oh, that was close. That was a bit too close. Okay. Woo! Let's not do that again. Fish over a little bit too aggressively there. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Let's keep our... I don't need the performance so much. We do need the trajectory and our apoapsis height. Damn, that was close. Imagine rescuing Yuri and then flying him into the side of a mountain. We climbed up that mountain though. Yuri got a nice picture from up there. Climbed all the way up it in the final moments of last stream. It would not be a beardy Juno stream without a really close call. You're correct about that. You say close call, I mean, I just flat out flown druids into the sides of mountains before. Terrain is stuttering a bit. I might need to lower the LOD a bit. I've got it quite high. It's on 8. Could probably do with being on 6. Or something along those lines. RCS is actually a little bit too powerful for controlling just this spacecraft. Damn, this is really stuttering. If you lower the LOD, it'll calm the hell down. It's in quality, isn't it? Let's chill out. Juno, let's chill. Is that a bit better? No, it's still stuttering. Okay. Maybe if we just look away from the planet, it'll be fine. Nope. Okay. Game just gonna stutter for a bit, I suppose. We need our orbital velocity. I can't bother to restart the game at this point. Probably parallax, because we're flying quite so close to the ground. Parallax is eating my memory. I've got a PC upgrade on the horizon though. I've ordered almost all the parts now. Because I ordered a... Oh, is it crashed? Has the stuttering reached a climax? Yep, it's crashed. The game has crashed. Okay. Something about Brigo's terrain. Like, it just... Yeah, Simple Rockets 2.exe stopped responding. Okay. Yeah, something about Brigo's terrain. Like, the game just keeps, like, stuttering, running out of memory, and then dying. I don't know if that's parallax causing that, or what, really. I don't know. We'll finish flying them back, though. We will boot the game back up. Too many rocks. Yeah, the thing is, we're out of load range of the parallax rocks now. So... don't really know what that's about. Regardless. Keep flight. And please let me continue flying it. It's our launch escape tower. Should we keep it? No. Let's get rid of it. That is funny though. The mountain isn't getting smaller, Yuri. Put some vodka in the fuel tank. We need more power. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what that's about. But anyway. See, it's back to stuttering again. We've just loaded the game back up, so it's not like... it's not a memory leak or anything. It's actually just... I don't know what's going on. It's something to do with Brigo's terrain. I don't know if it's parallax. I assume it's parallax. We're not close enough to be loading the rocks in, so I'm not really sure what's up with that. Pedro? Do you want to figure that one out for me? I'm sure it's parallax. It seems to be a bit better though. So, hopefully it'll be alright. Right, let's speed this up a bit. Whoa, okay. The attitude control does not like being on time warp. Oh gosh, and neither does our supply of monopropellant. Crikey. Let's not do that again. Overcat's just joined in. Well, you have the 3 engines in a line as opposed to a triangle, because that's the configuration of the LK engines. And I was modeling stuff kind of off the LK. So that's why. Hello Overcat, welcome to the stream. We've just rescued Yuri from the surface of Brigo, and we're taking him home. Or at least trying to. The sensitivity of the attitude control is has other plans, it seems. One little puff of the RCS, or has that used all of it? No, we're fine. And there we go. We're in an orbit of sorts. It's good enough. Right. Well, let's get out of here. And let's get back to Drew. I don't care where we land. Let's just... Oh, that's actually the wrong side of the planet, isn't it? We've got to go around the other side. Oh, okay. That means we really need to get out here. Circularize to at least like 30 kilometers. There we go. Oh yeah, we left him to starve. We did indeed leave him to starve, yes. That is indeed a thing that we did. Whoopsie daisy. Get rid of that burn. Okay. And let's get out of here. Kind of want this line lined up with your orbit line. And there we are. Can we pin that? No. No, we cannot. Okay. That's fine. Tweak that down to about 30. Which I think we found was the sweet spot before. Ooh, that's a bit too much. Oh, 360. Perfect. And we're going home. And there's Luna over there. It's crazy that, like, wherever you are in the sky, like, Luna looks about the same side, almost the same side as Drew. And then from Drew, Brigo is smaller, but it's closer. So Brigo and Luna look the same size in the sky. Like, it's a strange little system. I feel like these are too close to each other to possibly be realistic, but if you've ever turned Principia on with the stock Kerbal system, you've seen the animations of the dual system just flinging itself apart. Like, nothing's in a realistically stable orbit in KSP either, so. Watch us just get back and find, like, the parachutes don't work or something. At that point, my monitor would be going through my window. Oh, we overburned a little bit there. Oh, that's enough of that. Thank you very much. We can tweak the overburn. There we got 2% of One monopropellant left. I'm sure we can adjust that 1 meter per second. Until we were exactly on 30 kilometers. It's been that. 32. 30! And we're done. Oh, thank goodness me. Well, this has been a bit of a marathon of a stream, hasn't it? We got thrown a few curveballs, particularly by these battery packs. But farewell, Brigo. Until next time we meet, you and your little Death Star crater. Ah, it was a little bit of a nightmare, wasn't it? I don't really care where we're going to re-enter. I just want to head back at this point. If you unlock your heading, you don't waste battery in RCS. Yeah, it's a fair point. There we go. Because it keeps reorienting, doesn't it? We haven't got the RCS enabled. Not that we have much to spare anyway. We've got plenty of battery power, though. I'm not really so concerned about that. Looks like we might be landing pretty near the DSC port, though. Oh no, we're landing yonks away. Absolutely yonks away. It just looks like it because we're sort of flying over it, but yeah, we're not getting anywhere near. Okie dokie, we want to get to normal vector, and then it's time to say goodbye to all of these. So, farewell RCS, farewell engine stage. If I activated them, did they detach? Do I have to stage? Okay, I staged. Don't tell me this is out of power. I bet this is out of power. I think this crafts... Oh, there we are, just about breaking free, but I think that's because of the atmosphere. Hey, what is this? Are we stuck with the interstage attached to us? That doesn't seem good. Uh-oh. You just deployed your parachutes. You're saying, yeah, out of juice. Oh, not the batteries again. Did it drain batteries from the command pod? Oh, for God's sake. That's where batteries are going to be the death of me. You put the interstage the wrong way. It wouldn't let me mount it the other way around for some reason. Okay. Now I saved after the separation, but oh, now we have power for some reason. Now we're fine? Now we're fine. Now we have 100% battery. I have no idea what is different. But okay. Now we're fine for some reason. Okay. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Yeah, because I saved... I accidentally saved after we detached because I thought I needed to do the staging. But thankfully, reloading the quick save just recharged our battery somehow, so I'm not going to complain. I would have been very, very annoyed if our 2 druids were just condemned to death. It doesn't matter that we had deployed our parachutes last time anyway, because they only deploy at a certain speed and altitude, so it doesn't really matter. Try detonating the interstage, hope it doesn't kill the capsule too. It's fine. It's fine where it is. It's not doing any harm. If anything, it's just like an extra little air brake on the top of it, so we can leave it where it is. It's not hurting anyone. I did try to put it the other way up, but it wouldn't attach. But that might have just been mean. It's just been me being an idiot, as it usually is with this game. Oh, okay. Let's try and... Okay, this does want to face forward. With this interstage. And we could blow it up. Use with caution or not, your call. Yeah, with this close to the ground, you know, we'll just suck it up. Interesting that our heat shield is slightly reflective. Don't know what that's about. Regardless, let's fire those parachutes. And, there we go. I'll turn the capsule around. Oh, okay. Well, I like what it does with the parachutes as well with the dark red. This might be a color scheme going forward. I really like it. Well, there we go. As I said, this has been a bit of a marathon of a stream. Things didn't go entirely to plan, but we got to Brigo. We landed. We saved Yuri. So I'm gonna have a quick look in the builder and see if you can prioritize batteries. And if I just didn't know that. There we are. Oh, home sweet home. How much is it for us to recover this? Oh, that's not too much. We'll pay that. Mission accomplished. Ah. Crikey. Right. Explorer mission. I have an Explorer probe ready to be put into TT orbit. That's the tiny little moon. A little captured asteroid. Have the deployment gear to ease the integration. We will do that in the next stream. Go and explore the tiny little asteroid with a little probe. And launch a little probe lander or something. Because, my goodness, I've certainly had it with crewed missions for a little while. That's for sure. Maybe we'll land on Luna. We'll see how much time we have in the next stream. We're not doing the alley race. I refuse to do it. Okay. Let's have a little look in the builder real quick and see if I could have prioritized these batteries. Priority, yeah, here we go. Priority 0. They're on the same priority. They're all draining evenly, and so it drained the smaller batteries first. That was the mistake we made. So, high priority we drained first. So these needed to be on 2. It's because I'm used to like the interstage dividing it, but obviously battery is across the entire craft. So I didn't realize that they would drain. But there we go. Okay, well, that's fixed. Ready for the next time. Yeah, I assumed there would be a fuel priority, but I just kind of didn't think about it, I suppose. Bit irritating you can't just change that in flight, though. You've got to, like, drain them. You can't change fuel flow priority. I suppose it doesn't make sense, because things would have to be flowing differently. You had to replumb the entire rocket, but it would be nice, I suppose. Anyway, that is that. Thank you very much, everyone who tuned in. Thank you to Joseph Stalin for donating, so whoever that was. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It's, yeah. It's been a long one. But we got Yuri back in the end. So perhaps future streams, maybe we'll get striped fuselage so we can paint stuff in future. Or bigger SRBs or something. But yeah, I reckon we'll do some probe missions. Perhaps we'll get solar panels. That might be an idea. Launch a couple of little probes. And we'll maybe land a Druid on Luna in the next stream. But yeah, we'll definitely be sending a probe out to TT. It says to deploy something in orbit, but we'll deploy something in orbit and we'll probably land on it as well. It's only a tiny little captured asteroid. So, you know, people saying get staged engines. Yeah, we could get staged combustion engines. I mean, the thing is, those are quite a ways off still. They're at 70. Are they over here? Here we go. No, they're at 90 tech points. So they're a little ways off. Yeah, I think probably solar panels would be a better bet before then. Because we have a rocket capable now, very well capable of landing on Luna and Brigo. So I think we'll just use that. And then we'll think about staged when we start thinking about maybe building space stations and the like. But anyway, thanks for watching. Once again, I will see you all in the next stream, which will be next Thursday. Again, it won't be on Friday. I think Thursday may just become my regular streaming night. I know it's not as convenient, but just I've always got things on a Friday now. And Thursdays are the last night of the week for me because I work a compressed week. So it might just be we stream on Thursdays these days. Thanks for watching, everyone. Stay safe. Have a nice weekend.